Hi, everybody. How are you? Hey, Ben. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I know for everybody here, getting closer and closer to the election is getting more and more anxious, but we're here. We're
We are
trudging through it.
here. We are here, and we're really happy for you, all of you, to be here on the Transatlantic Call-In Show today, as we are approaching the election, and it has been wild. And as I work in the election space, I'm not happy how trans people have kind of become the political football at the end of this campaign, or the closing argument of Trump. But we'll get there with our poll that we will be putting out today. So with that, we will go ahead and I believe the format is we jump to the poll now, right? I think that's right. Or do we jump to a call
Yep,
first?
yep. We jump to
I'm
the
not
poll,
okay.
then take a call, and then we do the review
Okay.
the poll later.
That's right. That's right. Sorry. I know. It's like this is my first time doing this. Oh my god. All right. All right. So, do you think trans hormone care requires specialist oversight when if waitlisted for specialists are years long and primary doctors have previously handled that care? And Dr. Ben, I will let you
Yeah,
go right into it.
this is a really, really easy question to answer as somebody in medicine. It should not. Like, for the most part, like the majority of people do not need an endocrinologist. It it angers me even that so many people think they have to and then wait so long, because you absolutely, if you do not have any other medical condition that complicates your gender affirming care in any way, you do not need an endocrinologist to do your HRT. And you're an adult. I will say that. Where it does matter, especially if you have any like thyroid problems, any other endocrine problems that will conflict with the HRT or require you to have different dosing, that's something that you would need a specialist for potentially. And I think for minors, you should still have specialist involvement because there's a bit more nuance with puberty, and making sure that you are titrating the medications appropriately to the age. And so for minors, absolutely, you should have a specialist. You should have multiple specialists involved for minors. But for adults, you as long as you're seeing somebody who's up to date, like in their field, like family medicine is very well equipped for this. Internal medicine is very well equipped. Anybody from that has done enough like training in it through their residency or if they've done enough in their practice to where they feel comfortable, most people are going to tell you when they're comfortable or not prescribing it. And I get that it can be frustrating. Like people may think that their primary care doctor like just doesn't want to prescribe it, and that's fair. There are some that don't, but there are also some that just know their limits and know that they aren't as well versed in this as some other things. Like a lot of different people have their kind of subspecialties in family medicine. Even like some people prioritize like obstetric care, some people do more with adolescent medicine, um, and like some do addiction medicine, all that. So if you're seeing somebody with a subspecialty and they say, I'm not really well equipped for this, or even if they're just a generalist and just say, I don't feel like I have the ability to give you the best care possible, then that would be a reason maybe to either like get you in with a different primary care doctor or to go to a specialist. But for the most part, they can handle it. And even there are, like I mentioned, adolescent specialists. There are family doctors as well as internal medicine docs, and then of course pediatricians can do this track as well for adolescent medicine that can do gender affirming care for adolescents as well. And so that's just, I think it's a 1-year fellowship for, no, it's 2-year fellowship for family medicine, 3-year fellowship for peds, and it prioritizes more of that. So the long and short of it is, for hormone therapy, absolutely not. You do not need a specialist. Surgery, you're seeing a specialist anyway if you're getting a surgery.
Yeah.
So that's, And
For
all the
sure.
people that said yes, that you should need a specialist, I'm curious about what you think the difference is between specialties, because I think a lot of people don't understand that, like, even in the US primarily, we don't have a system of like GPs like the UK does or like other places. Our family medicine and internal medicine and pediatrics, they are specialists in their area. So like even though they're primarily like primary care or general practitioners, they do a 3-year minimum residency in family medicine or internal medicine, and then they can subspecialize. So there's still plenty qualified. We're talking like at minimum 7 years after college to get trained in that. So I promise you, like if your primary care, like if you're seeing primary care for this, that you can continue. You don't need to see an endocrinologist.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add to that. As we have the expert that just gave us that. So great. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next call. I mean, not call, sorry, next poll.
Read it so the audience
So
can vote, and then we do call. Then we'll
that's
review
right.
it later.
That's right. Thank you, Voice of God. Do you think the anti-trans political ads being run across the country are effective? So we're going to leave this here, and then you can vote while we are going out there. And please don't forget, as we get into this call, that please, we have the challenge that happens at the end of the show. So please do super chats. We read them out loud, $5 or more. And if you put in hashtag Team Josie or hashtag Team Ben, then you will be able to see one of us defend a position on some ridiculous statement. And it's always a lot of fun. So the loser has to do that, and we'll be voting on that in the comments.
And I want to see some Team Bens for people that like Halloween, because I have my Halloween background. So if you love Halloween, vote Team Ben this October.
Yeah, I jumped on and I saw you have that, and I literally put my green screen over there. So I like have my green screen like 2 feet that way, and I'm just like, this isn't fair. Like already the advantages coming through. Great.
Yes, I'm going to use it. I'm going to milk every possible advantage.
It's a cute background. I'm super jealous. I am. So let's go ahead and take our first call, and we have. Let's see. I'm just trying to see. Let's go ahead. What would you prefer, Ben, out of the calls that are on the line right now? Make sure to call, and you can call in through the web link on the chat, and you could also call in at 720-619-2288. Our phone lines are open. So, Dr. Ben, are you looking at the calls, or do you?
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now.
What are you in the mood for?
I mean, definitely like the second one is more up my alley, but we could also take them in order. I'm fine with either.
Let's go ahead and go with Jose from Washington. So let's go ahead and bring you online. Hello, Jose. How are you? Are you there?
Oh, it didn't look like he got brought on properly.
Oh,
now
sorry.
try, Jose.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
Can you hear me now?
Hello. Yes,
Yeah,
I can hear you, and it was
Our
completely
apologies.
user error on my side. So I am so sorry about that.
Not you.
I hope you're having a good day. And so you are calling about the difference between someone who is a trans woman and someone with androgen insensitivity syndrome. So yeah, tell us about that. What would you like to know, or what would you like to ask and discuss?
I mean, like they're both like phenotypically and genotypically they reach the same point, right?
No.
But they came like at different.
No. Phenotypically,
Okay.
and
All right.
it depends on what phase of their life you're talking about.
Okay. So oh, sorry about that. Give me a second.
No problem.
Shit. What was I gonna say? So depending on what point in their life, I mean, so I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, tell me what you understand.
Is there a default?
Tell me what you understand about
what
androgen insensitivity syndrome.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
My real question, honestly, is there a default? Is there like is my is a person with androgen insensitivity? They express female, right? They express
And
themselves,
again, I know.
You know, like, no, okay.
Not necessarily. And this is where I mentioned that it depends on their stage of life. And why I asked you the question back, what is your understanding of androgen insensitivity? Because based on your question, it sounds like we're not on the same page with what this term means. So can you tell me kind of what you know about this, so I make sure I'm addressing the issue in a way that makes sense?
Okay, so what I know about it is that, well, you just said that that they don't express female. Well, my real question was
not always, and not their whole life. Typically.
Okay, so at one point I guess their hormones or their androgens kick in or something, or do they start?
Well, so there's different types of androgen insensitivity, and there's different hormones that act on the receptors. Usually when we're talking about androgen insensitivity, we're talking about just regular old testosterone doesn't really work. But there's another type of testosterone called DHT, which is like super mega testosterone that really starts kicking in around puberty. So what you often see with androgen insensitivity is somebody who will develop in utero with female internal and external genital tracts, but usually they will still have testes. They'll have testes that are usually located in the labia. And then once they hit puberty, they get this surge of DHT, which is what stimulates penile growth, as well as like male hair patterns, etc. So a lot, like some of the structures that relied on DHT to develop and relied on testosterone to develop in utero and in early childhood, those start to develop more in puberty and later on in their adolescence. So that's why it's not really accurate to say that they're like just the same as somebody who is like always phenotypically female. It's a bit more nuanced than that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of fucked up on that. So my thing was mostly why somebody expresses female, you know, if they have androgen insensitivity. And my real question is there a default there? Does it point to like a gender default?
I think maybe what you're trying to get at is socialization more important than kind of the genetic factors? Like, is that where you're going with this?
Not well. So I watched your video a while back. I watched the medical myths why we're not all female, and I feel like it's a you answer some questions for me, man. I mean, I understand that gonads are like indifferent, you know, depending on what information they get, they go either way. But I feel like it's a two-part. It's a question with a two-part answer, because the brain isn't the same way, right? Is it indifferent? Like depending on, you know, androgens or whatever, does it split off into either masculine or feminine, or, you know?
Because, there's more than just biological components that contribute to somebody's identity and how they interact with society. And I'm sure Josie can give some good insight on this part as well. But it's largely been debunked that there's like specific like physical differences between like male and female brains. However, you know, there's still a lot to learn as far as like hormone activity and how much that impacts, you know, brain development, etc. But then we also have to think about like socialization and cultural like factors related to this. And so I'll pass it over to Josie to kind of help answer this question too.
Yeah, and you know, Hey, how are you? I'm glad I felt like I learned something in that conversation and exchange between you and Ben. So as far as the socialization is concerned, let me just clarify what is your exact question so I can make sure that I'm answering the right thing about socialization.
My exact question, well, I mean, it's not really about socialization. I kind of feel that gender is something kind of innate to people.
Mhm.
I don't think they have to be socialized into it. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
go ahead.
well, you're a trans woman. You know you're a trans woman. Nobody,
Mhm.
taught you that. You kind of came up with that yourself, right?
Right,
You knew.
exactly.
You already knew.
That's right. It manifested at a different time, right? I was able to discover it and be honest with myself at 34 years old. So I came out a little later than some trans people do nowadays. And in the state of Texas, I was raised in a very conservative, background. I joined the military. The whole thing, and I wasn't taught about being trans, right? I was never taught that it was an okay thing to be trans.
Yeah.
So I had to kind of discover that on my own, but it never stopped me from having the feeling of, I wish I was born a girl at like 8 years old, is probably the earliest I can actually remember. But I even had like feminine tendencies myself before that moment as well. So yes, like my gender and the way that we look at gender is the difference between gender and sex is very important, because when we think about gender, I really think about societally how we perceive gender, how the society kind of constructs gender in specific ways. Like there is a very vague understanding of like, okay, an American, woman, an American man, right? Like in the social
I agree.
constructs, we understand what that is. And then the people who live in those societies kind of adopt those gender identities if they are the binary genders, right? If they aren't, then, as a, non-binary person or someone who is outside of the gender understand, like, construction, it kind of forms in their own way as well, but there's still communities even within those groups as well, right? Even
Yeah.
though that different people have different views on how their gender shows up for them.
Yeah. Okay. Um. Well, my thing was about intuiting. Like, I guess like you intuited your gender and Ben intuited his. Um. My real question, honestly, was, well, a buddy of mine has his kid. She was born with Turner's syndrome, and
Mhm.
I don't know. I did a little bit of research on it. I'm not gonna fucking say that I did it like much, but there's like they typically express female. Um, People born
Yeah,
with
they
Turner's.
don't Turner syndrome. Yeah, kids with Turner syndrome don't have the ability to express male uh, development patterns because they have one X chromosome and that they don't have a second sex chromosome. So
Yeah.
typically, like they're going to be assigned female because unless like it'd be very, very negligibly possible, if at all, to have like an SRY translocation if there is like if they're missing the whole chromosome. It's possible theoretically, but statistically, I don't know what that would be. So I think like for the vast majority of people with Turner, yes, I would say would be assigned female.
So does that
Right.
point to a default?
No.
Mm-mm.
No.
No, it
When
just
you're
it
saying
just
default,
sets.
are you?
Yeah, what do you mean
Oh,
like
sorry.
by a developmental? Do you mean like a developmental default or like a
A gender
identity default?
Well,
identity
identity default,
default.
it's still separate, right?
Yeah,
There is
absolutely not.
no Yeah, there is no biological marker that will tell anybody what gender they are, regardless of their intersex conditions, regardless of how their chromosomes are made up, regardless of how they're phenotypically structured. There is no biological marker that allows us to know who somebody's gender is going to be 100% of the time. It's impossible.
Yeah, there's no default for like biology, and there's no default for identity. There's all different presentations that can mix and match.
Okay.
Yes, right. And that helps prove the difference between gender and sex, right? Because when we talk about the difference between gender and sex, right, we are talking specifically and directly about the sexual biological side versus the social gender identity side, right? So when we're able to make that distinction, that is how we understand people are trans. For example, if you're trans, then your gender is not aligned with the sex assigned at birth, right? That is what trans is essentially, right? And so most people are cis in the world, right? Cis meaning that they are, aligned, their sex assigned at birth aligns with the gender that they are presenting and identify with. But that doesn't mean there isn't the understanding that trans people exist regardless. Like we had a call last week with an intersex trans person, right? A trans person who was intersex, right? And they had to change they were assigned a sex at birth that didn't align with their gender identity, but their intersex condition made them develop more like a cis woman, yet they grew up with the sex assignment as male, but they were still a trans intersex person because their experience was that of a trans person, and they had to do the things that a trans person typically has to do. So regardless of the intersex condition, people still identify as trans even if they are intersex. We don't assume that anybody who is intersex is automatically trans, right? People are not. There are intersex people who are trans, but not all intersex people are part of the trans community and are trans. Does that make sense?
Okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. So back to, I have another question. I know it's another, what's it called? So people with Dillahunty syndrome, are they another version of a cis person?
I'm not familiar with that. I need to.
Are they like?
Some of the terms changed recently.
And Jose, generally with cis people.
So it's it's the just the name for the essentially the opposite of like SRY translocation, like the opposite of Swire. And can you kind of restate your question specifically with this condition?
Well, I mean, are people with Dillahunty, are they just another version of a cis person? Are they are they like?
I mean, if they, they very well could be, because a lot of people with intersex conditions don't even know they're intersex because we don't karyotype everybody, and it's possible that if they don't plan on like having like biological children, that they may never know, because one of the most common ways people find out is by fertility testing. So, and even there's a lot of people with conditions that don't have fertility issues at all and are able to like reproduce as easily as anybody else. So yeah, in a lot of ways, probably the majority of people with this condition would be considered cis.
Okay.
Yeah. And one thing about cis, right? And a lot of times, and this is the way, is like a person who's cis is typically the person that they were assigned at birth. They were raised as the person, and in very rare cases, somebody may go through the puberty that is, counter to what they were assigned at birth naturally, right? And then that's like, oh my gosh, this person's developing as a woman rather than the assignment of sex, male, right? And there are those conditions, but like most intersex folks are assigned a gender at birth, if not all, at this point. I think it's very rare conditions that we actually gender people intersex non-binary. But essentially, if you are an intersex person, you are assigned a sex at birth, and then you continue to follow that, you are a cis person.
Yeah.
And with that, even most of the people who are intersex that have ambiguous genitalia, that is when they will karyotype sooner, because there are a couple of conditions that have other medical implications. And of course, there are still doctors out there, which I hate, that are like performing gender assignment surgeries at young ages, which should not be a thing. But there is utility to karyotyping at some of these younger ages because of risk for, like, if someone has congenital adrenal hyperplasia, there are risks for like adrenal crisis and issues with your water management and salt management. And that can be problematic just for sustaining life in general. So like there are some good reasons to karyotype people at birth if you're suspicious. But at the same time, we shouldn't be using that like against anybody. We shouldn't be doing anything like cosmetically without people's consent. But yeah, that's still super rare that people would be like ambiguously presenting at birth. And if they are, usually they're still assigned a gender because they'll be assigned by their karyotype.
Okay. Shoot, I had another question. I don't know. Wow. Shoot, I wrote them down. I'm sorry. I just kind of I didn't expect to be on the line. I didn't expect to.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's see. So it like, my question for Ben is like, so yeah, I know I'm being stubborn. I'm going back to androgen sensitivity. Is that what makes me masculine? Is that or is it like, is that
not necessarily like as physically masculine or like mentally masculine?
Both, I guess, because I know we have them all over our body. I know it's like it's everywhere. So like
yeah, it will. Well, I mean, testosterone can impact like mood, but it doesn't make you more or less like mentally masculine. Like it will change your physical appearance. But if you talk to, this is more evidence for why gender and sex are separate, because you ask trans women and the majority of them will say that testosterone did not make them feel very good. And like on the flip side, like estrogen did not make me feel very good. It like estrogen didn't make me feel feminine. It just made me feel depressed. So
is it like you're mapped the same way I'm mapped? You're kind of is it that yours are more sensitive to testosterone, or is like I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say here. Like
no, it doesn't really change, like the testosterone or estrogen or any of your sex hormones they don't change your personality. They don't change who you are. They just make your body more in alignment with like what your brain says you are. So it didn't, like, my personality didn't change at all. It just made it more comfortable to be in the body that I'm in. So the one thing that did change for me a bit was my sexuality. In that I'm more attracted to masculinity after starting testosterone, and subjectively speaking, there are some other people that have had similar experiences, but that's an anecdote, and I can't say that there's any like causality like from that. And so really no, like I don't think that the hormones, and the evidence isn't showing that hormones are what make you feel a certain gender or not. And in fact, that was some of the rhetoric for a while, was people suggesting that people were trans or people were queer because they didn't have enough estrogen or testosterone in their bodies. But when we see trans people get worse with increased of their hormones.
Yeah.
Versus having like cross-sex hormone therapy and they like have symptom reduction. That's a lot of evidence saying like, hey, this hormone isn't what's causing them to identify this way.
Okay. But so it's not well, I'm not trying to say that it kind of makes you identify as anything. Like, so like your wiring is like, it helps you operate better if you have testosterone in your system. Like
if you're a man, yeah.
If you're a man or a masculine presenting non-binary person that prefers that, yes, that's yes. Right. So testosterone did not help me function better. And I'll say this, Jose. Like, I actually was like an amateur bodybuilder in the military. Like, I was actually pretty fit, and I always scored very high on all my fitness exams. And I, you know, people would perceive, oh my gosh, Josie is a very fit, physically sound person, but I was incredibly angry and depressed. I wasn't myself always when it was like that. And it wasn't until I actually started blocking my testosterone and getting on the hormone, my estrogen, is when I actually started to feel more balanced, right? Like, you know, and that to me helps me function better because I'm a better human, in my opinion, right? I'm a nicer person. I'm more fun. I'm more enjoyable to be around. So we when we use the words of like a certain hormone makes people function better, it's for if that hormone is providing that person the functionality that aligns with how they feel with their own gender identity, right?
Yeah. Okay. So look, I get it. I mean, I like so genes are arbitrary, and you don't pick like how you're wired.
They're not completely arbitrary. Like I think that they're separate things. And so we can't say that one causes the other, but they can be related in a lot of people. Like, they can align. In fact, in the majority of people, they do align. And so I can't say that they don't matter. And in fact, if we say they don't matter at all, then we probably wouldn't have as much issues with like gender dysphoria and things because it would be an insignificant issue. So clearly there's something that's like influencing each other. I think there's more work that needs to be done because trans people haven't been like well studied, at least not in positive ways over the history of medicine. And so just now we're finally getting into studies that assess like real pertinent issues for trans people and not just trying to oppress them. Like the history of research regarding trans people and minorities in general has largely been horrific. But I think now we're finally getting into how to better manage gender dysphoria, how to better help people. And some of those nuances of how do these things specifically work like this, we don't have an exact answer to, but we're working on studying it. So that's kind of the best that we can say right now, is that there are multiple components. They all can influence each other in different ways. We don't know quite yet to what extent each piece does or how they all work together. But I think all of us here, like, being like readers of science and people that try to stay literate on those things, we're going to be honest and say, I don't have every single answer for you about how much certain receptors matter or how much hormones matter and all that, because I don't know. And we're still studying that, but we know enough. We know enough by this point to say the treatment that we're doing is improving quality of life. It's safe.
Yeah.
And like the things that matter for like utilizing it, that's the stuff that we have now and we're able to use. But some of those other questions I'd love to know the answer to, and hopefully soon we'll learn a bit more and we can revisit the conversation.
Yeah. And Jose, we're gonna have to wrap up this. We're gonna have to wrap up this call. But I really appreciate it. And just remember this: the most important thing about when we go through life, like a lot of these conversations are usually had with a doctor, like Dr. Ben here, and these are medical conditions, and a lot of these things aren't really brought into the public space of conversation. What we talk about in society is about gender identity and how people present and how they want to show up in society. And right now what we have is a very good and tried and true method of figuring out people's identity. You just ask them, right? And then you give them the treatment that they require for them to be able to live in a society that will, make them feel better in who they are as people. So, and I think it's important to always think about that as we ask these very complex, nuanced medical, questions. And, I think it's like interesting, right? Like, oh, you're like studying a planet, right? It's like, yeah, it's really great. It's really cool. Like the wind speeds of Jupiter and all that type of stuff, but it really doesn't have a material difference in like your everyday life. And I think that's where I like to think about when we have these nuanced medical conversations, because at the end of the day, we always need to land that trans people need rights. People need to be able to live in society, regardless of what their genetic makeup looks like, regardless of what phenotypes they're presenting as, regardless of whatever, gametes they have in their pants. Like it really is the most important thing. But it was an interesting conversation. We thank you for calling in on the show.
Yeah, and I appreciate you kind of watching some of the resources beforehand and asking the questions. So thanks for your call.
Yeah, no problem.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Thanks.
Awesome. Great. I gotta do the thing because I am driving. Okay, there we go. Now you're off. I was like, I gotta click things. It was such an interesting conversation. Great. So with that, we'll go ahead and see how our poll is doing. That we just asked, and discuss it really briefly before we get into the next call. And yeah, she is a rather badass. That's true. I am. Thank you. So great. So we have some results. So I knew that this was going to be divided. So do you think the anti-trans political ads being run across the country are effective? So in our chat with 209 respondents, it looks like 53% say no and 46% say yes. And I knew it was going to be divided because it's a very interesting thought, because a lot of people don't know that over $70 million have been spent on these ads, that a lot of these ads are targeted to the Senate races. There's only two major ads that are being run nationally that are paid for. One paid for by Trump, which has $20 million behind it. And then there's another spent by the MAGA PAC that is being spent nationally as well, and a spattering of local ads that are being done in local Senate races as well, paid for by Senate campaigns like Tennessee Senator Blackburn is running ads on her own campaign that are like, with Riley Gaines in the frame, saying, because she's got to get her paycheck too, talking about how she believes that trans people don't belong in sports. So I will tell you from the math and the science behind it, from what we know in the studies, and I'm going to pull up my fact sheet. But as I do that, is we are, every election cycle, more trans people are getting elected, right? Every legislative cycle, we are passing more positive trans legislation, like trans refugee bills, guaranteed medical care for trans people in certain states. And we're also beating down a lot of anti-trans legislation across the country as well. So materially, we are gaining every cycle, right? So we know that trans people are essentially winning as we gain power, as people take a look at these resources, we see transphobic campaigns lose time and time again. And because of that, we know that these ads are essentially political losers. So I have some facts here. Is 81% of equality voters supported Democratic candidates, right? We know that in 2020, 81% of equality voters voted for Joe Biden. We know that Black voters were 87%. Right. And what we've seen in surveys is when MAGA has these efforts of supporting propaganda, because we saw this in 2020, we saw this in 2022, and they lost, right? There was a survey that showed that 52% of people say ranked like abortion, inflation being their top issue, and 29% ranked abortion as their first or second issue. So this is the kicker. Now this is the thing. These are MAGA supporters. Less than 5% identified gender affirming care for transgender youth or transgender participation in sports as a motivating issue for them to vote. So even amongst their base, they are not motivated to vote on these issues. They're voting for immigration, they're voting for even abortion, inflation, right? So because of the extensive research that we've been able to do on this, we're able to see that anti-trans attacks aren't winners. They're not working. And if they did, they would have had a huge landslide victory in 2022 because they ran on this before. And what I say is this is a desperate attempt by the campaigns to say we're going to gin up our base and make them angry and make them vote, right? Now, what I do, and I'll let you jump in here in a second, Ben, but what we do know as well, and this is the reality, and this is why I knew this was going to be split, right? Knew this was going to be split, is because a lot of us in our community as trans people and people in the allies that love us, right? What we do know is that we fall victim to the punching bag effect, okay? That we get so beaten down and we get so exhausted of being the political football, that we are so exhausted that we are always the topic of discussion to a lot of people who don't actually care about us or actually secretly want to make love to us in the back rooms in the porn hubs. And we know that they don't care about trans people that much, but they use us and they demotivate us and they make sure that we don't vote. And that is another effect that these ads are doing. They're trying to demotivate people that are trans and people who vote on trans issues to say, throw their hands up. Nobody's defending this. Nobody's fighting back against this. So I'm not going to vote. So therefore, create a self-fulfilling prophecy. Right. And I have seen a lot of that. And I know a lot of you in the chat are feeling this, right? I know a lot of you in the chat are just like, I'm so fucking tired of it. I saw Colin Allred said that he doesn't agree with men and women's sports. I saw Sherrod Brown also try to respond to these ads, and it's very demotivating. Well, we have to vote in spite of all that, right? We have to, because of the fact that we actually have the ability to shift the opinions of how these things go. And we know that they're putting their foot in their mouths, and we need to be able to fight. Now, this will be my last point, and I'll let you get into it, Ben, as well. I've had long conversations with the Harris campaign, right? And I don't think the Harris campaign would be happy that I'm even having these conversations with all of you right here on a live stream here. But I've had long conversations, and I share my feelings and emotions on this too. I get just as angry as all of you about, why aren't you saying more? Why aren't you saying it like this? And all the campaigns are running like they're losing right now, and they're all desperate, and they're all afraid to put their foot in their mouth, and they don't want to do anything except land on the messages that they have landed on. And Kamala Harris has only been running for 2.5 months. Think about that. She's only been the presidential nominee for 2.5 months. Unprecedented. We've never had this where we have not had a presidential candidate that has already run a year of messaging, building their team, and she's doing the best she can. And we know she could do better, but there's a lot of things in the background, everybody. A lot of things are cooking. A lot of things are cooking for the trans community right now. I know because I talk to them. So get out there, be motivated. Don't let these ads stop you, because they're not actually effective, according to the studies, according to our research, and according to the people who've won elections, like in Tennessee. Like, this is a real thing. We are winning, even though we are a political football. All right, I'm off my soapbox. Ben, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I definitely don't have as much to add, and I'm glad you took the opportunity, because I feel like I've been talking a lot this show as it is. But like I am really excited to hear Josie talk about this, because I've definitely fallen victim a little bit just to the morale crash that a lot of us are getting at the moment. In all fairness, I already voted. My ballot is in, so like I have the luxury of being a little bit more like reserved on all the political, because I already did my thing. But that being said, you all go do your early voting and stuff if you're able to, and then your brains can turn off a little bit as well. But yeah, it's very interesting, the political football analogy, because it is spot on. And I think one of the biggest dangers that this like ad campaign has, like in addition to that, is the fact that a lot of the people that call themselves Democrats or call themselves liberal, or even have the balls to call themselves progressive when they don't fully align with what it means to be progressive. Like, interestingly enough, like it's a thing, like trans issues are a thing dividing people on the left, like a bit more than some other issues. And that's kind of frustrating, because as much as I would love people to actually understand like what they're voting for and understand like the issues, because I feel like the majority of people who are like that, who are progressive on the majority of issues, know enough about those issues. Like they put enough time in like learning about like economic issues, as well as like climate change, reproductive rights, etc. Like they put a lot of energy in that, but then are so misinformed when it comes to trans issues, and they don't put the same effort into that. That like, come on, can we unite a bit more on this? Like, can we function like? I mean, I don't mean in a culty way, like certain campaigns, but like, can we be a bit more unified in this? Like, can this not be an issue that divides us as much as like we expect it to divide the right? Because it's like we're seeing it's not dividing. Like this issue isn't impacting the right very much. And in fact, like one of the biggest issues, I think, like reproductive rights is one of those issues that people will be a one issue voter about, unfortunately. And I mean, for anybody in the chat here today, like it doesn't matter kind of which one of these issues is most important to you. Like, even if it is Roe being like the most important issue for you, that's still like, go out to the polls for that. Go like, if it's too much for you to think about trans issues, if it's too much for any of that, that's fine. You don't have to think about that, but find something to get fired up about enough to go cast your ballot, and then you don't have to think about it. Like that's all we ask. But yeah. It's very interesting.
And also don't forget to go to transformthevote.org if you are looking for resources on voting on election day, to make sure that you're safe while you go to the polls. And I will say that we vote for the conditions for which we organize, right? Like, if you don't want to vote for the person, vote for the conditions for which we organize. And what that means is, if we get the Equality Act on Kamala Harris's desk, she's going to sign it. Trump won't, right? Harris is going to make sure that we have access to healthcare. Harris is going to make sure that we actually have active duty military members being able to serve in the military. Ben, you are a service member. You could literally lose your ability to serve our country. It could affect you directly if Trump gets elected, right? Like these are the things that are real. And we can either put the game on nightmare difficulty and get Trump back elected, or we can at least have normal difficulty and go into the Harris administration. So do your fellow trans people a favor and make sure that you vote. And if it's not for trans issues, vote for reproductive access, vote for not getting family members of your fellow Americans getting deported, vote for so many different things. But just know that these ads are meant to depress you and stop you from actually wanting to have the will to fight for this race. And so keep up the fight. I know it's tough. It's really hard to be trans right now, but it always has been. So we just got to keep on rolling with the punches.
Yeah, so let's not make it harder. Let's not make it harder.
Yes.
And you can help us not make it harder by going to the polls.
Yes, absolutely. Great. All right. Well, we will go ahead. Actually, right before you do that, make sure you put in your super chats. Team Josie, hashtag Team Ben, to make sure that you have your chats read, and to make sure that we do something goofy. We'll be putting up the poll for what that is next as soon as possible. And right before we get started, I'm going to go right into what the weekly lineup is going to look like later this week here on the line. So we have the Sunday show at 2 p.m. Central Time with Matt Dillahunty and Eric. We have Skep Talk, and that's going to be on. Oh my gosh, these are kind of cut off. So I think that's Monday. Voice of God, is that right?
Yes, Skep Talk is on Monday. Okay. Also, I think the Sunday line that you're reading from goes up to the Thursday that comes after that is today. So the actual coming up Sunday will be on the bottom line with Matt and Paul.
The bottom line. Matt and Paul. Yes, that's at 2 p.m. And then it goes back up to the top line. Is that how that goes? Or does it stay on the bottom line?
It stays on the bottom line. Then the whole next week is on that bottom line.
Yeah, and then on Monday we have Skep Talk at 6 p.m. with John Gleason and Paul Ennis, and we also have Chewed Gum on Tuesday at 6 p.m. with Eve and Arden. We also have we have the Hang Up with Matt Dillahunty, and then we have the Transatlantic Call-In Show with Arden and. Or is that going to be me?
I don't know if we've completely confirmed yet, but I'll be there. Okay, for sure.
You'll be there. I may be there. We'll figure out how that goes. Great, awesome. So we'll go ahead and go into the next caller. We'll take James from Indiana. Hello, James.
Hey, Josie. Hey, Ben.
Thank you for patiently
Josie,
waiting.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
Oh, thank you so much. I am feeling much better. I do have to go in for a major sinus surgery now, though. That is going to be late next month. So I'm not out of the woods yet, but I am feeling better and able to have my full energy back. So thank you.
Good. You're in my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. So what do you want to talk to us about today?
So my topic is the question comes from a very specific situation, but I'm more asking like as a generality. So I guess the context, the situation, my housemate's daughter, I think I talked to you a couple months back, how I thought maybe she was experiencing some gender dysphoria. So we actually, she's seeing a counselor at school, so we're getting that kind of taken care of. Okay. But she has a TikTok account that she doesn't know we know about.
Mm.
We want her to kind of have that privacy space, so we don't even monitor it.
Do y'all watch it? Y'all don't watch it though, do you?
Her uncle does. Just
Okay.
she is a minor, so I want to make sure
that's fair.
nothing uncouth is going on. But
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
She's using they them pronouns in her TikTok account, and that got me thinking about trans people that have not come out yet, and how should you navigate that if they haven't come out to you, but through other situations you know that they are trans. I know, like, obviously I would never out somebody, but if I know that they are in the closet, like, how I don't even know how to
No, that's fair. So it really comes into how close you are with this person. So are you does this person that you're talking about know that you know that they're going through their gender journey right now?
I'd say no, but yes. I've talked to them a little bit about it. She's 12. She took scissors to her own hair one day just out of boredom and did a really poor job.
Of course.
And her,
it's not like
I feel like everyone has done that at some point.
Her mom was out of state working, so I ended up having to take her to a salon to get it fixed up. They give her pretty shortcut, and she's like, this hair kind of makes me feel like a boy. And I've talked to her about how that makes her feel, and so, I don't hate it. I kind of like the hair. It looks good on me, but kind of makes me feel like a boy. And since then, I kind of noticed, some days she'll dress very feminine. Some days she'll dress very androgynously. Some days she'll dress pretty masculine. And that's what makes me think that maybe she's exploring gender fluidity. Just kind of finding herself. But
it looks like
I've known this kid since she was 3, so I'm pretty close to her. But she's also growing into her own. That's where I'm like confused as to, like, even in this conversation,
you can
should
there
I
are
be
ways to
referring
do
to
it.
her as them?
Well, you can. I guess Josie hadn't quite finished her thought yet.
Well, I was just gonna say really quick is just ask. You already had that intimate moment with the haircutting situation, where it's kind of like, hey, you could even be like, I know that, certain people use different pronouns from time to time. What are your pronouns? Right? And they will probably tell you how they feel. Right? And that's something, and I think that's one of the things that we have to, even when they're young, like a 12-year-old, it's like the normalization in society of asking somebody's pronouns should be something you shouldn't be afraid of asking, right? You would do it with an adult if you were unsure of somebody's gender identity, right? Everybody should do it regardless if they do, right? Where it's just like, hey, what are your pronouns? I haven't asked in a while. How are you feeling? What are your pronouns? Right? And regardless if they say, she, her, or whatnot, you create yourself as a safe space.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because you already did the thing. Because you take the burden off of them or her from having to come out. Because having to come out is exhausting. And sometimes being able to say, what are your pronouns, can be that hand that they're looking for. Right. Ben, you had something to say as well.
Oh yeah. No, that was the exact place I was going. Like especially for a family member, it's and for anybody, like it's okay to ask, like anybody. And if they're hesitant to have the conversation, then you've at least already established one piece of being a safe space, but you can kind of keep making it a safe space, like let this person know that like at any time if anything changes, like I want to know the best way that I can respect you, and like frame it in that way of like keep me updated so that I can like be up to date on the best way, that the way that I can treat you that make you feel most like yourself and make you feel the most safe. So um like along with that, depending on how much of a relationship you two have in terms of like doing things together, you can even offer at times to be like, hey, is there anything like I could help you try in terms of like clothing? Do we need to get you some new clothes? Like, do we need to look at other hairstyles? It sounds like you already kind of went down that route with the hairstyles, but like certain things like that, like helping them like get because sounds like you've already given them the space to experiment, but then like offering them other ways that you can help them out in that is probably another helping hand up if they just need some extra things like that. So I think we're relatively on the same page there.
Yeah, and for her, I was planning on doing just what you're suggesting. I mean, we're very openly trans friendly in this house. Her uncle is trans, and he's my favorite damn person in the entire world. So she knows that this is a safe place, and she's changed her name twice in the last 2 years, and we've went along with that without any kind of fuss. So I know she wouldn't be afraid to come out to us, and I was just found out about the TikTok thing.
Yeah, so it should be pretty easy. So it should be pretty easy to ask the question then. Like it sounds like the grounds are already set for you to just very easily ask the question.
Yeah,
that's
just nonchalantly.
That's what
don't make it a big deal. Yeah, just like don't make it like a sit down and like I'm gonna now interrogate you. Just be like just nonchalant, like whatever.
Yeah,
and I'm not worried about that. That's why I said the situation is specific, but I'm more asking in general. So let's say someone that I'm acquainted with, but not as close as I am with her. I find out that they are in the closet, but they do prefer specific pronouns. Obviously, if I'm interacting with them with another group of people that they haven't come out with, I'm going to use whatever pronouns they haven't come out with. But if I'm talking about this person, should I use what I know their preferred pronouns are, but they haven't come out to me specifically yet?
No,
like how...
you need use the pronouns that they have told you to use.
Okay.
Or the ones that if they have to come out to you in a way that they're comfortable, because it's about that person's safety, and you don't want to out somebody. Outing somebody's the worst case scenario.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, and I would never want to do that. I don't want to put anyone's safety in jeopardy.
Yeah, for sure. Great. Well, good luck, and thank you so much for the amount of cultural competency you put into this and asking the questions to us instead of asking somebody else that may not be ready. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Could I throw some shine on a previous caller real quick, like 1 minute?
Sure, really quick.
So I've been listening to a backlog, and I heard Kampa's first call.
Oh yes.
Where they like really poured their heart out, and I just wanted to say thank you, Kampa. When I listened to that call, I pulled off the highway and immediately called my local Pride Center and got on the volunteer list.
Aw.
The way
Amazing.
you poured your heart out, just it touched me, and it made a difference to me. And I hope that if you're listening, I hope that you're doing okay. But
Yeah,
it does
we love
make a
Kampa.
difference, and people are listening.
Love to Kampa.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's beautiful. Thank you, James. It shows us why we do this work. We really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. You all keep up the good
All
work.
right. Yeah, you too. All right. Bye.
Bye.
That was really sweet. I feel like I'm dodging the sun. I need to put like aluminum on this window because like like you can see through the blind slat and it's like I'm dodging the sun and it's like that's all we need is for a clipped episode with me like a ray of sun right between my face and my eyes. It's the worst. Anyways, let me readjust. Maybe that's worse. Okay, let me see. Let me see.
That's hilarious.
All right. It's the worst. It's the worst. The sun will always win. All right. I'm a little off center, but this will work. Great. All right. So we will go on. We will go to the question that is directed toward you, Ben.
Okay.
That would be Caitlin Fei Shi from Oregon. Hello, Caitlin. How are you? Hello, Caitlin. Are you there? Hello. You're muted if you're trying to say something. Not, we'll return you to queue, and we'll get to you when you're probably on hold. All right, we're gonna return you to queue. Don't leave. We'll get back to you. All right. All right. Let's go into how about Kyla from Canada? We'll go ahead and talk to them.
Callie.
Callie. Thank you.
Callie.
I'm the worst with pronunciations. Please forgive me.
Or Polly.
Yeah. Yes. So please, do you say you would like to go over some of the arguments for trans women in sports?
Kinda.
Okay. What would you like to talk to us about?
It's related, but because the arguments against the particular case I'm going to talk about are the same, but are you familiar with the show Baddies or Bad Girls Club?
No, I'm not.
No, okay. It's this reality TV show where they get all these girls in a house together and they act bad, they drink a lot, and then they fight. And there's one network that also allows like trans women to participate on the show, and since they fight all the time, the issue of whether or not trans women should fight cis women is an issue on the show. And some networks will not allow it at all. Some are okay. And I got into an argument with a guy on Reddit about it. And he said that trans women go through a male puberty, so therefore they have man strength. And that's why they shouldn't be fighting them. No. And he linked some study. I want to know specifically like what the science behind it is.
Let's talk about combat sports. I do combat sports. I love them. People don't understand what sports are, and it's hilarious because there isn't one way to be athletic, and sports, especially at higher levels. I know we're talking about a reality show where they're not higher level, which makes this point even better. But like there's skill and training and strategy and agility and other things that go into sports that are not brute strength, and especially combat sports are very heavily focused on timing, strategy, endurance, etc. Yes, certain biological features can give you an advantage, but that's the case with any person. Anybody can have an advantage. Like a tall person is going to have an advantage in boxing over a short person with shorter arms, and that's just fact. And we're not having these arguments about, but tall people shouldn't be fighting short people. That's for some reason not an argument, and it's not controversial. But this one like assumed biological difference is so heavily emphasized. And the big things in combat sports that matter are not like your hormone level and not even like a male versus female muscle mass, because you can be female and jacked. I know many examples of this, like very small cis women that like can deadlift more than most men that I know. So it's like you can't even just compare that, because there's an overlap of the majority of the population, and sure, the tails are often like different in their muscle mass, like the most extremely high muscle mass and extremely low, but those are the extremes and not the norm for what we're talking about. And with combat sports, there's more an emphasis on like weight and like size. And if you put somebody who's bigger against somebody who is smaller, there is going to be an advantage. But when you see, especially when people are making this an issue, they think of a very big trans woman and a very small cis woman. But if you flipped it and you had a very tall and very large cis woman and a very small trans woman, you like people would assume the other person was trans. And it shows like they're reacting to a stereotype of what they expect people to look like and not based on the actual issue. Because if we cared that much, we would see a difference in the way combat sports are even laid out, where let's say if you are a cis woman and you have like a competition that has certain weight classes, not as many people enter into women's divisions as they do men's divisions, just like for sport popularity. And so if you go into any division, let's say you go in as a like the smaller weight class of woman, like 125 pounds. If you don't have any people in your weight class, at least in jiu-jitsu, you'll get bumped up to the next weight class that has people. So that could be 135, that could be 145, that could be 165. You could be a 125-pound woman up against 165-pound women. And tell me that that's more fair than putting a 125-pound woman against a 125-pound man. Granted, there are fewer men that weigh 125 pounds, but that just means there are fewer people in that pool. But it's still a more fair pool than increasing the range of weights that are acceptable in that category. Like, if it's really interesting in that aspect. There's actually an issue that went fairly controversial not too long ago within Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at the black belt level, like world champion black belt level. Gabby Garcia versus was it Mackenzie Dern? It was somebody. I don't know. Somebody else.
Craig Jones.
No, these
Craig
are
Jones.
women. No, these are women.
Oh, sorry.
It's Gabby Garcia, and I think it was. I want to say it was Mackenzie Dern, but I could be mistaken. But Gabby Garcia is on the heavier end of women's weight classes, but she's a world champion. The other person who she is against is also a world champion. They were in the open weight division. So like at the end of IBJJF tournaments, if you medal in your weight class, you can like decide to go into the open weight where everybody from that skill level compete like in the same pool. And so they chose to do that. So they both went into that. They both knew that they were signing up for the open weight division. But this went viral, and people were like, how could they put this person who everyone thought this was a trans person? No, this is a cis woman who's been competing in jiu-jitsu for decades. Like, she's a very, very big name. And they were like, how could they put these people together? Well, they chose to be together in that division. They chose that fight. If you didn't want to compete in the open weight division, you don't compete in the open weight division. Like, it's that simple. So, like, I think a lot of the controversy surrounding like trans people in combat sports is really like not significant. It does not matter in the ways people think it does. Sorry, that was like a huge ramble on my side. Josie, you got anything?
Well, you said a lot, so I'll let Callie respond if you have anything.
Everything you said was facts. Also, Gabby Garcia did go against Craig Jones. I did get confused that she competed against him at the Invitational. But yeah, I agree with pretty much everything he said. I think that was well spoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it really and unfortunately there just isn't enough, sports science that has been done of comparing, trans women to cis women of the same weight, right, and height. Like that's where a lot of the things, like when you start comparing pound for pound, inch for inch, you start getting very similar, if not identical, numbers of all of the things from lung capacity, heart size, like reach, like all muscle mass, all of that.
Yeah, because muscle's heavy.
Identical.
People don't get the muscle is heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. And so there is a lot that needs to be done. And what we do know is that most sports clubs and organizations and college, and as well as even high school, they all have requirements on how they want trans women to be able to compete, and also like trans men as well. And and we need to also bring trans men into the conversation a lot of times too, because it's always heavily ignored in these conversations. And so there are already so many standards and regulations, and whenever there's situations like this particular thing that you're talking about, which is like a television or YouTube show type thing that you're talking about, it's like it's always the most like unregulated, like things that don't have any type of like counsel, or like people who actually make these decisions are always the ones that are the first to be like, oh, but trans women. It's like because they don't have any like real regulation of how to do it. So I could see there being a lot of transphobia in a situation where, in this particularly highly choreographed, highly publicized type situation too, which also brings another texture to the conversation with the example that you first initially brought up.
There's tons of transphobia. Tons.
Yeah.
Multiple times men have hit trans women on the show. Cis women have jumped trans women on the show. There's always a lot of slurs being said.
So
terrible.
It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me that there would be also anti-science about it as well, and promoting bigoted talking points that affect community as a whole. So unfortunately, yeah, the show needs to get better or not exist.
Probably won't. It's honestly though, like it's one of the few people I see trans people ratchet. Like on reality TV. Like it is really ratchet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of half the point.
Yeah, it seems like it. Seems like those those Twitter accounts that you scroll through and it's just like random people fighting. It's just like, oh my gosh. There's a niche for it. Yeah, exactly. There's a niche for it. Well, thank you for the call.
Thank you. It was great talking to y'all. Have a great day.
Yeah. And you too. Bye-bye. All right. We're going to take Adrian from Sweden, and then we'll move on to the show's extra person that everybody knows who I'm talking about. Name starts with an M, but we'll move on to that caller here after we hear from Adrian from Sweden.
Hello.
Hello, Adrian.
Greetings from across the pond. Hi.
Yes,
I'm all right. How are you?
Thank you for your patience of waiting on the line patiently.
Yeah, I've been chilling. So my question is, how do I deal with social changes once I start passing as a man? And I'm in my early 30s. I've been on testosterone for a few months. And it is quite likely that I will pass pretty well once I pass, aside from being a short king, but
hey, I'm a short king too.
I'm a bit nervous.
Short
kings I know. Yeah, Ben
Yeah.
is a short king.
I'm a short king.
Short king club. But so what I'm like nervous about is what's going to change once I start passing. Because like right now I'm in the awkward stage of I'm out to everyone and I always introduce myself with my name and I get to like, oh, like what pronouns do I use, like that. And goddamn, the nerves are hitting. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
You're
You're
good.
doing
It's my
great.
first time calling in.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Is there
for calling.
anything specifically that you're like the most anxious about?
Yeah, so I think the thing I'm the most anxious about is people no longer enforcing boundaries, or like no longer enforcing boundaries as much as they should, because I know that a lot of men get a pass socially, and that I'm not going to be called out as much, and that people will start distancing themselves from me instead of like, hey, you're doing this thing, can you please do this instead, or stop this, like I'm uncomfortable. And also I'm autistic, and sometimes I miss social cues, and it's easier if people tell me so I know and so I can do something about it. And also when it specifically comes to women, I know how scary men can be, and I'm used to being perceived as a masculine woman, and people are going, especially women, are going to perceive me as less safe once I pass as a man. So like, also I don't know how to deal with that.
Yeah,
and
there's a lot of things socially.
Go on.
No, keep finish your thought.
Okay. What was the thought again? Give me a second.
Sorry, if you remember, let me know.
Okay.
But there's quite a. Do you think of it?
No, go on. I'm sure it will come back in due time. Please go on.
Yeah, there are plenty of things that change socially. Like once you start passing, and the way you pass and the degree at which you pass can vary among different groups. So one thing I want you to take away, and I'm sure Josie might say the same thing, is like as you're making this like kind of in between stage, if you pass very well in most spaces, but there's one space that like somebody misgenders you, like it absolutely sucks, but that does not mean that you don't pass in those other places. It was just an unfortunate circumstance. So don't take that as you're transitioning wrong or you're not passing well enough. But socially speaking, if you were socialized like as a female, and I don't know what specific background you've had as far as like I was raised in religious purity culture, and so the way I was socialized was kind of distinct from what other people may have experienced. I was raised to like be the quiet person in the room, like you defer to men, you are secondary to them, you don't go out of your way to correct people, like all that stuff. Those are all things that are expected of men in our society. And what I did notice was especially in workspaces, like I had to learn to come out of my shell more and like be willing to kind of take that focus sometimes, because you're competing now with people who were raised to take charge of a situation and to be the louder voice in the room. And it's not to say either side of this is like correct, so to speak, but like if you want things to get done, like you need to be able to command that space, and people might expect you to command that space. Kind of the same thing though. with regards to being around women, that's a case where you need to kind of read the room. And I know that's hard. Like, I'm neurodivergent as well, and that can be hard to get used to. But thinking about the things that men have done that have made you uncomfortable, we kind of have a better sense sometimes of things we shouldn't do. Like, I know I shouldn't walk like directly behind somebody, especially like late at night in a parking lot. Like, that's weird. Like, I know certain things that would make me uncomfortable, and then I try my best not to do those things. Kind of same thing with when there are women talking about kind of their experiences, like being women, their experiences that may overlap, but there's a time to learn to step back and say, like, that's not, like, I don't have these experiences anymore. Like, this isn't me anymore. And I need to give this space and this voice to the people who are still going through this. And that was something that can be a bit hard to do, because we want to share experiences. We want to participate in a lot of that activism. And it's not saying don't talk about it, but like, when there are women sharing their experiences of being women and they're calling out certain things of misogyny, it's not always the right place to say, and also trans men. Like, yes, we should be part of the conversation, but don't overshadow other people's voices. Like, and don't put yourself back into the box of being a woman because you had that experience necessarily. Like, that can be a separate conversation, but many people can take that as you're taking the focus away from what I'm trying to communicate, and it can be seen as inappropriate. So that's just like a little thing that I noticed. And this is a smaller thing, but especially if you're on the smaller side, people may assume that you're younger, and it can be very annoying at the gym, especially because, like, if you are presenting as feminine beforehand, where people might like harass you, etc., they're going to switch now to infantilizing you. And that's just in life in general, but especially at the gym, they will infantilize you, and they'll try to tell you all the ways you need to do better, because they'll think you're 13 years old. But it's like less of the I'm a man and I need to protect you way. It's more of like, I'm more of an alpha male than you are, and I need to let you know that you're not running the show anymore. And it's like, not like I ever thought I was. Like, I'm just here minding my own business. But like, there's a little bit of a competitive thing with men in our society, and I don't know how it is in your culture, specifically in Sweden, but like here in the US, masculinity is very hegemonic, and if you don't perform masculinity in a certain way, it's not great. And so I've had to like mask effectively in certain situations so that I don't raise any red flags. In the gym and the locker room is a place where you got to do that. You got to be a manly man, otherwise something's up, and that's kind of dangerous. So I feel bad that I have so many calls like directed.
No, it's today. Fine. Honestly, I had the last time we were together, I think I had the opposite happen. So no, it's good. Yeah. Yeah. But Adrian, you want anything to add to that?
That's some pretty solid advice. I will listen back to this and make sure that I got everything.
Did you remember the thing you were going to say before?
Yes, I think I did. Wait, give me a sec.
Now that I asked you, of course, it's difficult to remember again.
Yeah. So, one of the reasons why it took me so long to start transitioning was because I was observing like men as a group and the social role of men, and I'm like, do I really want that? Because there are so many issues with it, so many like harmful things about the gender role of men, and yeah, the cultural context in Sweden is quite different, but it can differ quite a lot depending on which group you're with. Like it can be like even if you're a room full of cis people, it can be incredibly relaxed gender-wise, and sometimes it's like more rigid. But in general, it is so much better than what it is in the U.S. from what I've heard.
Yeah, I had the same experience.
I lost my train of thought. Do you have anything? Do you have anything more?
Yeah, I was just gonna comment on that. I had the same experience where I've adopted kind of a perspective on that where I can separate out being a man versus being like part of like male culture in society, and that like I'm often very proud of being a trans man because like I have a very easy way to separate myself. I'm like, yeah, I have a different backstory that helped me learn issues a lot sooner than some other men. And not to say that like I wouldn't want to be a cis man. Like, I mean, there's a lot of times where I'm like, I really wish I was assigned male, but there are sometimes where I'm happy that I'm a trans man and that I would agree. I don't necessarily always want to fit in with what men are in our society.
Yeah, and one really good thing about being a trans man with the perspective that we have is we like when we are participating as men in society, we are also actively changing the gender role that we're in, which is fantastic. And I really, really hope and wish for that trans people can become more accepted, because we have so much unique insight that can be super helpful to a lot of people.
Yes,
definitely,
absolutely. And I'll say this too. You know, one thing that a lot of, you know, and I think this conversation is great and beautiful and wonderful. I like to see the boys chatting about this because I think it's very important to see it happen. Is one of the things I always think about a lot is something that I was not ready and prepared for of when I came out and, you know, did my transition as a trans woman is the trans misogyny of it all. And one of the things that I have found that works really well is when trans men are able to help call out the trans misogyny when they see it. It is so much more effective than any other, unfortunate, in my opinion, gender class that comes out and says, "Hey, by the way, there's a lot of trans misogyny going on around here," right? And trans misogyny is a very nuanced, a very difficult topic to talk about, but it shows up everywhere so deeply. And I know, you know, trans men that fall into a category where they kind of feed into the trans misogyny of it to fit in with the cis boys, and you know, just keeping a good eye on that to make sure that, like, I don't know, I was never a man, but I was in a lot of men's spaces for 34 years, so it's always very weird because I always felt like I had a front row seat to something I never wanted to see. And you know, now being on the outside of that door, it's now very interesting to kind of know what's going on the other side of the door, but not really understanding why, because I never internalized it because I was never a man. So yeah, and I think I'm just throwing more complexity into the conversation that you're asking as you are newly going into this space. But yeah, I appreciate you asking the questions, and I always like to hear your thoughts as you go through this experience journey.
Yeah, call us back because we don't get a lot. We don't get a lot of trans mass callers, and I'm sure a lot of people want to hear more of your journey. So we'd love to hear some updates when you have them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Do you need to move on to Matthew, or can I add one thing?
Add one thing very quickly, and then we will
Okay.
move on. You already knew.
Yeah.
We didn't even say Matthew's name, and you just jumped on it. Like, all right.
I know exactly who it is. Brace for impact. But okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, just a comment on about safety, women's safety and women feeling safe around me, and that it's going to change because they're going to perceive me as less safe. I think, Ben, you mentioned like not walking too closely to strangers. Already do that if possible, especially if I see that it's a woman. Like if I meet her out in public, like about to walk past each other, I just swerve off as basically as much as possible. Like, do not want to be up in her space, and I just try to be as observant as I can of these tiny social clues of when someone is comfortable or uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I think I know what it feels like, I know what it looks like. So what?
Yeah, I think you know the right things to do. Like if you've had the experience of like fear that many women and people who were at one point assigned or at one point identified as female or presented as female would know that, like, if you're respecting boundaries and you're being respectful verbally to people and you're respectful of people's space, like you should be all set. Like there shouldn't be a whole lot for you to worry about. Unfortunately, a lot of people have issues because they don't respect boundaries and they don't verbally respect people, and that's where some of that's perpetuated. Yeah. So I think you're on the right track.
Okay, good. That's
Awesome.
really.
Well, thank you for the call. Thank you for the call.
Thank you. I would love to call in another time in the future.
Yeah, call in another time and ask. Tell us how things are going as you move through this transition. Yeah, awesome.
Hey, good luck with the rest of the show. Goodbye.
Yeah, thanks. Right, bye-bye. All right. So I can tell everybody's anticipation growing as we kind of had to tease here. Just brace for impact, everybody. As Matthew hears all this, as we have to give him an announcement as we do the call-in. So I am going to bring in our friend of the show, Matthew from Ohio.
Guys.
How are you?
Hey, Josie. Hey, Ben. Hey, doing all right.
Doing all right.
Honestly, I was actually going to take a break, but then I saw your guys' title, and I was like, I really wanted to kind of get into that. I do wish the people who leave comments on the shorts would call in. There's a lot of people on the shorts that leave comments that have good points. I mean, I'm sure they want to be helpful too. Maybe they just don't know how. So I would love for them to call in as well. So I guess I'm on double duty until they call in, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I had this question of, I was thinking when I saw the title, I was thinking about Richard Dawkins and how he kind of goes against this idea. You guys probably would consider him anti-trans. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so what makes someone like him anti-science?
No, that position he has is anti-science.
Mm-hmm.
And you can be a brilliant scientist and have really shitty views about certain things. And that is something that he has decided to not study well and not think about well. And he gave into kind of the misinformation. Like when we say anti-science, like we're not saying that I wouldn't say every position he has is anti-science, but that one is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And why would you say it's anti-science?
Go ahead, Ben. I think you're more familiar with the comments.
Yeah. So let me ask you, Matthew, how did you arrive at your position of I guess I know your position fairly well by this point, but can you repeat your position to the audience?
Well, in the beginning, my position was just like anybody would be like, oh, well, that doesn't seem right, you know. Even though, like, I feel like the pro-trans tries to make it seem like, oh, this has always been a thing. But, like, if you're kind of putting your mind in your brain in your head, you're like, no, this is not right. So that was my first kind of thing. I was like, this is not right.
So if I gather...
You know, had conversations with you guys. Pardon?
Well, so if, just based on that first statement, that already tells me a lot about how you arrived at your position. But that was going to be my next question is, how did you arrive? Yeah. How did you arrive at your position?
Yeah,
like, it sounds like you used intuition. It sounds like... No, but Matthew, it sounds like, I mean, if that's where you started, like that's where your statement started, was the fact that you put your brain in your head and you thought about it. So you had some intuition. You had this feeling that something wasn't right, and then you made your position. Does that sound right to you?
No, not exactly. So let me finish.
What else? What else did you use? No. What? Like, I'm asking these questions for a reason. What else did you use to arrive at your conclusion?
I got you. So at first, that was where my mindset was, right? So then I decided, let me look into it. Let me spend some time with, you know, ideas that are not my own, that are pro-trans and all this stuff. And so, you know, I don't think my position has changed, but I think my position has been confirmed. And that doesn't mean that.
How so? Like, what did you read?
Yeah.
What did you read specifically that?
Yeah.
Like, reaffirmed your position?
Right. So I actually took two sides. I read I think it was Helen Joyce's book. I'm sure you guys are familiar with her book. I can't remember the name of it.
So that's not research. Right?
Hold on. I'm not.
That's not.
I'm just telling you what. I'm just giving.
Okay. Well, I'm evaluating. I'm
giving you a list.
There's a reason I'm asking you the questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Give me the other things on your list.
Yeah. So are you familiar with Helen Joyce's book?
I am. It's not research. It's a book that a person wrote.
And so after that, I listened to Turbin, Jack Turbin.
Okay, so again,
you work with him.
Yeah, so he's
what?
Yeah, I am familiar with Jack Turbin. What?
Yeah.
How did what he said contribute to affirming your position?
Right, and so I also read an article on the.
Answer my question.
Pardon?
How did what Jack Turbin said reaffirm your position? Because he would adamantly disagree with you.
Yes, of course. It's just when he was expressing like gender affirming care and stuff like that, it seems like it was more of like when people say it's scientific, it's saying that it's giving them a better quality of life, but just because somebody has a better quality of life in something doesn't mean that it is necessarily good for them or society. They may have a better.
Matthew, be quiet.
Yes.
What I'm getting like what you're telling me tells me a lot about how you arrive at your conclusions. Because every time you brought up a source that number one, you went into this with a bias already, and you were out there to confirm or deny your bias instead of what science does. Science enters with a question. It doesn't enter with a stance. It enters with a question and says, what is this question? And then you make a hypothesis based on what you already know and say, okay, I would guess based on my prior knowledge that this would be the outcome if I did this experiment. You do the experiment, you get results, you evaluate, and you say, did this answer, how did this answer the question? And with regard to a null hypothesis, if that one was used, does this change what we already knew? Does this change what we're already doing? That's the scientific method, right? What you're doing is not a scientific method. You're starting with a bias. You're using your intuition, and you are saying, well, this sounds good to me, or this doesn't sound good to me. Not once in any of your references did I hear an academic paper, well, I know you were getting into something about the APA, but the way you're evaluating
I was giving a list.
what you're taking from these, regardless of what sources you use, the fact that you didn't address like the data that they're presenting. You addressed how you feel about what they said, which is not an academic evaluation of what's being said. That does not tell me, number one, if the source was legitimate. It doesn't tell me what specifically it did to your perspective. Like, if Jack Turbin has a lot of things that he says, he's a
in order to do that, Ben.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. You want to go on a monologue, but if you were presenting scientific information or coming at it from a scientific perspective, I would expect that your first reasoning would be data-centric and not intuition-centric. And you kind of failed to do that. And so I'm trying to not let you just throw out a bunch of like phrases before we address and debunk some of this. But if Jack Turbin is a board certified psychiatrist, like child and adolescent psychiatrist, there's a lot of data that he presents. And if you brought up some of the data and you said, I disagree with this point because here's this data, here's this p-value, etc., we could have more of a discussion. But intuition is flawed. It is so flawed because you can rely on whatever you think you know, but there's always information that you don't know, and you need to be able to account for, maybe I don't know enough to make a final assessment on this, and I should rely on the data. And so I question when I say, and here's where I'm getting with this, Matthew. When we say something is anti-science, like the position, though, what you have to do to arrive at a position that opposes trans rights, you can't go through the scientific method like we've been doing and arrive at that. And that's what we're suggesting.
I think the three of us, we've all served in the military, and when somebody disseminates data, right, you use that data to make a decision, right? So Jack Turbin, even Helen Joyce, even Helen Joyce and Jack Turbin and the APA, pardon?
No, but there's a difference in who is. Okay, there's a difference in who is taking that information and who is doing what with it. Matthew, like, not to be insulting, but you have zero background in medicine, so why should your intuition factor at all into how we're caring for trans people medically? Like, we don't give it. I personally don't give a shit about your opinions. But because what happens, especially with what psychiatrists are saying and what the APA is saying, and all these medical boards are saying, their audience is the medical community, right? So there's an assumed baseline knowledge that you have that they're talking to. So they're assuming you went to medical school. They're assuming you had like some residency training, possibly fellowship training. There's an audience that's different there. It's not for people who had a third grade level of science education to say, oh yeah, just build on that. No, they're making some assumptions. And I'm sorry, but you have some work to do to have that basic knowledge to then be able to apply the things that some of these specialists are saying.
So I'm assuming you're assuming my education, which is fine. I don't really care about that. But the APA is not expecting me to. This is for the general public. It's not expecting me to be a
their general stance. The general stance of saying that something is like safe for general guidelines, and here are general guidelines. That's fine. But a lot of like the more nuanced things that like you try to get into are not necessarily directed at like a general audience.
Yeah.
Well,
so Matthew, I want to.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you guys can go ahead and talk. I guess that's what's going to happen here.
No. I haven't had a moment to speak here because I just want to just say, okay, so going back, and I'm going to use some of the meta conversations that we've had in the past about one of the statements that you said is that you come in, you have a conversation, and we reaffirm your position And it's like you use our conversations to kind of reaffirm your positional stance, right? And so
not in my mind. I'm talking about generally. I'm not talking about in my mind. I'm talking about generally. Yes, last week we had a conversation that if the public was to see that conversation is exactly what I'm talking about. At the end of that conversation, you guys are saying, don't worry about, or you shouldn't be so concerned about your own comfort. And I was like, that is exactly my point. Your own comfort should not be affecting other people. And you guys basically made the point that I was making is what I was trying to say.
It's not, Matthew. And that's a garbage point that you're bringing up, because like what I do to my body should not, like, you should not have control over that. And that's what we're saying. Like, and what you're saying,
should you have control of whatever I do with my mind? If I define you as a female,
Matthew,
is that a problem?
These are opposite things. You are like what we are saying. I want medicine to make me happy in my body, and that's different. My saying that I am comfortable with me and you don't need to be comfortable with me is a totally different position from what you're saying. You're saying you should change your body because that's what I want it to be.
Yeah,
do you see how different that is?
Do you see
that is exactly what you said. That is then then how are trans people causing you discomfort, and why should that matter to us?
Okay, so should I be required to call you he, him when I know that you're a female?
You're not required to, but it's an asshole move if you do.
We've
addressed
exactly
many times.
We've
so
addressed
this is not the conversation I came to have. This is not the conversation I came to have.
I understand, Matthew, because right now, I want you to be able to state your argument, because I want a moment to be able to speak on this. So you say you do not believe that anti-trans equals anti-science. Now, I want you to prove that to me right now.
Like I said, I just don't. You would have to show it to me how it is, because I'm saying it's not. I am unaware of the fact, or the quote fact, that is anti-science. What about it is scientific?
I'm both Ben and I are both trans people who have scientifically medically transitioned. How is that anti-science?
Scientifically medically transition.
Yes.
I'm not necessarily saying your position is anti-science. I'm kind of saying, how is my position anti-science?
Because somebody would say that what we're doing is wrong, even though we are scientifically medically transitioned as trans people. There are people who say that what we are doing is wrong because we are affecting our biology. We no longer can have children. People say that all the time. People try to say what we are doing that is scientifically valid and proven to support our ability to live happily and thrive as trans people is wrong.
Was it right to drop a bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's scientific.
I was talking... Well, no, that's that's a moral question. You asked a moral question. Was it wrong? I'm not. What are you trying to say, that a nuclear bomb didn't go off in Nagasaki? Because I can factually tell you, yes, a nuclear bomb went off.
You're mentioning moral things too, like not having children. Oh,
no, I'm not.
You can't have children and all this stuff, and everyone's saying that.
That's not at all. We're talking biology.
That's not at all.
We're talking. Matthew, are you listening to this conversation?
Yeah, Matthew, listen to me. I made the statement. What is scientific about being trans is that for Bryn and I, our lived reality, for us as trans people, just us individually here, scientifically, medically transition to better feel our gender identity and live and thrive as trans people. That's what I said. I didn't say is it wrong or right. I said, is that science?
You said something about being wrong, if I'm not mistaken. You said a lot of people say that it's wrong what you're doing.
People will say that it's wrong because they believe it's anti-science to do what we're doing.
Ah, okay, I see. So not because you can't have children or anything like that, because it's anti-science, they're saying it's wrong.
Yeah, they're saying it's wrong because we are manipulating our natural bodies, which is scientifically
science
engineered.
is definitely involved in what you're doing.
Exactly. So how is it anti-science?
I'm just trying to figure out what I am saying. Like, for example, I don't believe. I believe there's something in your mind that tells you that there's a mismatch. I don't believe this mismatch between gender identity and sex is scientific. And so
what do you mean? We're living proof. We're living proof to show you that that is not correct.
Yep.
How are you living proof to show me that that's not correct?
Because my gender is woman, and my sex assigned at birth is male. I'm not denying that. That's what makes me a trans woman.
Show me that your gender is woman.
How do you show me your gender is man?
I don't think that's a matter of science. You're saying it's a matter of science. I don't think it is.
Matthew,
so wait a minute.
Matthew, listen to me. Matthew, so we have examples. We have case examples of people that had botched circumcisions and then were had their sex assigned to be female after that through surgery because of the technology at that time. Those people demonstrated gender dysphoria because what was in their brain didn't match their body, even though they were raised to be a woman after that because of their anatomy.
Their body was male.
So
their body was male.
Matthew, I have a question for you. Hold on, I got a question.
Yes.
Do you have a consciousness?
Please.
Are you conscious?
I am aware. Yes, I'm conscious.
How? Prove it to me.
I can't scientifically prove it to you.
You can't. So are you saying because it doesn't, because you can't scientifically prove it, doesn't mean that it's not scientific?
Not necessarily. I'm just saying how is my position anti-science? What I'm asking you.
Can your consciousness be studied?
To a certain extent.
So therefore, it's scientific.
Correct.
There's a whole body of science that studies consciousness, right? You can measure it. You can understand.
I mean,
just because you can't identify where it's originated, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Therefore, there is scientific proof that consciousness exists, even though we can't put our finger on it. All right? So it's the same thing with gender. It's the same thing with gender.
Yeah, but that goes deeper, I guess, into the consciousness where we can't reach scientifically, at least not yet.
But can you not study gender?
You can, but I think for someone to say that I have this mismatch, there's no way to prove that.
So there's no way to prove you're conscious.
No, I think that's a little bit deeper, like we said. I will give you
Is
that
it deeper?
You can study consciousness to a certain extent.
Yeah, so you can study gender in the same type of way.
Because
everything is involved around questioning the person. Right, Matthew? Listen real quick. For me to study your consciousness, I have to ask you a series of questions that you have to answer.
Indeed.
Right?
Correct.
For somebody to study my gender, somebody has to ask me a series of questions that then I have to answer. How are those two things different?
I would, especially gender, which I agree with to a certain extent, is being a social construct. It would be a lot harder to do that. I don't think consciousness is a social construct.
Just because it's hard doesn't mean it's not scientific, right? You do realize that, shooting a rocket into space is harder science than flying a plane.
Probably, and you can go as far as to say just because it's not scientifically founded yet doesn't mean it's not scientific. I can give you that.
Founded. But we have scientific evidence that we have scientific proof that people have gender identity, just like we have scientific proof that people have consciousness.
Scientific proof that people have gender identity. Well, I wouldn't say that's scientific. That's very subjective, their gender identity.
So is having a conscious.
Is that something subjective? Matthew, does something being subjective mean that it doesn't exist?
No.
Okay.
Does something being subjective mean it can't be scientifically studied?
Not at all.
Okay. So then where are we missing each other here? Why?
Yeah.
Why are you still arguing
Because
against
because Matthew, to deny gender is to deny the science that we understand that gender identity exists.
No, I don't even deny
gender.
I don't never necessarily deny gender per se. What I'm denying is this quote mismatch between your gender identity and your sex signed at birth. That's where I'm kind of disagreeing with. That's where I'm anti-trans.
Matthew,
I'm gonna blow your mind. Matthew. Do you realize that the science of observing sex in biology is an observable science, exactly the way that gender identity is studied as an observable science? You study through the observation of something that already exists.
Such as sex?
Do you get that? Do you understand that? Like, so it's the same scientific principle.
What you're saying is that we observe sex, we observe all the science behind sex, and we also observe gender.
Yeah, we observe observe gender the same way that we observe things through scientific lens as well. We observe gender identity through a scientific lens.
That we observe gender?
You ask the people just the same way we would observe your consciousness, right? You ask the
it's
person
similar
that's
that
having the gender. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are ways to study things that are subjective. And you even just agreed that there are ways to study things that are subjective.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think consciousness is a lot more, if I may, a lot more.
It doesn't matter what you think, Matthew. It doesn't matter what you think about that. Like
I'm convinced.
You're choosing something to exclude from your criteria of other things because you don't like it.
Matthew, are you trying to say that your gender of man is not as established as your consciousness?
My gender of man is not as established as my consciousness.
Yeah. So are you kind of like, I don't know if I'm a man? Are you like that? Are you like, I don't know if I'm a man, but I know I have a conscience?
Like I said, I can. We all have consciousness, right? We all have consciousness.
And we all have a gender. Most of us, right? So
some people are non-binary.
Would you say that
some people are non-binary?
Yeah, that's a gender. Some people don't identify with gender identity for people. I know some people don't. Like I said, most people. That's why I said most people identify with the gender identity. Just like you identify with the gender identity and you identify of having a conscience. So your gender identity is just the same as my gender identity because we both have it internal to us. And the only way I know that Matthew is a man is by asking you.
No, this is where I feel like there's the anti-science. It's like, all you gotta do is ask someone if they're a man, and they say, "Yeah, I'm a man," and they're a man. And so basically, somebody can just say that they're a man and they're a man.
Matthew.
Okay, let me ask you
Matthew.
this, please. Go ahead.
Matthew, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Matthew.
Okay, sure. I thought you said, "Let me hear your question."
How do you feel about studying pain and treating pain? Should we give people medications for pain? Should we treat people with pain? If someone comes to
I appreciate that question. Give me a moment because I appreciate that question.
If someone comes to me and says, if someone comes to me and says, "I'm in pain," should I say, "No, you're not," and just not help them? Prove to me that you're in pain.
That's a really good question.
Prove to me that you're in pain, Matthew.
That's a really good question, and I want to address that because that's kind of to where my point is getting. There is a lot of that's in the field of pain. You actually have people that will claim they're in pain and not be in pain for obvious reasons, right? And so that's where things get challenging, and you can't.
Most people
can't scientifically prove.
So
Matthew, the smiley, sad face. You can't.
Yeah. So answer
that somebody's in pain.
Hold on, Matthew. Hold on. I got a question for you. I'm gonna put this in front of you, right? Because some people would use that exact same reasoning on so for example, some people will lie about having pain, and some people will use that logic to say, you know what? We're not going to give pain medication to anybody because somebody could lie to a doctor and say they're in pain. Is that an absurd position?
Silly, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, it's absurd.
so isn't it absurd? Isn't it equally as absurd to say, oh, some people may be lying about being trans, so therefore we shouldn't let anybody be trans? Is that an absurd position too?
I mean, I'm not in charge of letting anyone be trans or not letting anyone be trans, but I did want to
Well, there's
address
some government
the pain thing.
organizations and laws that want
I'm
to
sure
do that.
I'm not a part of the government. I am.
I know.
But I'm not
So
that part of the
saying
government.
that,
Matthew, so now that we backed you into a corner, now you're saying that you don't have the ability to speak on this subject. So then why are you talking about this at all? Like if you're not,
let me breathe a little bit. Let me get to the space. I really like your pain question.
All right.
okay.
Yeah, I really like your pain question, and that's kind of where I want to go to, because we can all scientifically, at least to some extent, where I'm giving you, Josie, you said we can scientifically say that we have consciousness, right? Some will argue.
Yeah.
I will be willing to kind of concede and say we can prove that we have a consciousness. It's hard for me to say that, but I'll give that. But to say that we can prove that somebody has a pain, that's a tier harder. That's what I'm trying to get with gender. Gender's a tier more challenging than pain or than consciousness. Not. Would you agree with that?
Oh, then consciousness.
Why is consciousness so easy for you to understand?
Can we go to pain? Let's use pain as our analogy here. Like, I don't want you to fumble around with this. Like, I want to get to the meat of this. Like,
yeah.
What's your position on that? Why shouldn't we treat transition the same way that we treat pain?
Do we? I mean, I'm not even sure the way we treat pain is the best way we treat pain, right? It's like I said,
because you know so much about medicine.
Pain so they can get
Matthew, tell me right now. Let me. You break your leg and you're screaming in agony and pain, and then somebody gives you morphine. Are you trying to say that pain reduction isn't real?
I mean, my leg is broken, Josie. Let's do something a little bit different, right?
Let me jump in here, Matthew, because Matthew.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was talking. Please.
Matthew, are you a medical practitioner?
I am not.
Are you trained at all in the practice of medicine and prescribing medications?
No, I am not trained in prescribing medication.
Would you accept the burden of making the decision for what medication somebody needs or what they don't need?
I'm not even in that practice, so I don't need to even worry about that.
Cool. So your opinion, like, on what we should change or not change about the practice of medicine and how we deal with pain, irrelevant, because you have zero training in this. You don't do this. I do. So I'm going to pop in and say this. So do you think it's easy to tell who's faking pain and who isn't? Do you think it's even reliable to guess? Do you think it's even reliable at all to guess? Do you think it's reliable at all to guess if somebody's faking or not?
If we get Josie's example of breaking the leg, I'm going to assume somebody's in pain.
Okay, let's say, like, we got some more nuanced examples though. Let's say somebody looks like somebody looks like they feel fine. They look like they're not. They don't have any trauma. They don't look like there's anything wrong with them, except they are saying that they're in extreme pain. Their emotions are telling you they're in extreme pain. What's your move?
Well, like you said, I'm not a professional in that, but like I said, that's
exactly. So you're saying, so you're saying
this
that
is what I mean by proving
no,
my point.
Matthew.
Like,
so you're saying, Matthew, shut up.
I don't think you're doing what you're planning on doing here.
Matthew, hold on.
Shut the fuck up, Matthew. Okay. So we know when we're talking about pain. We good. So we know when we're talking about pain that it's nuanced and there's a lot of responsibility and a lot of consequences if you're wrong in diagnosing and treating somebody with pain, right? We understand that. I think you understand that. There are plenty of conditions, especially things involving the abdomen and the peritoneum specifically, where we call it pain out of proportion to the illness or to the condition. Another one like that is compartment syndrome. Like, these are medical emergencies, medical and surgical emergencies where if you have this, like, you are going straight to the OR, like, do not pass go, you are getting emergency surgery because it's an oh fuck situation. But it is pain out of proportion. Like this somebody, like, it's something that if you lightly touch somebody and they shouldn't respond, like, and they are screaming in agony, a lot of people would say they're faking it. But a lot of people aren't. And somebody has to be the person to make that call on who gets the trip straight to the OR, who gets the medication, and who doesn't. And that burden falls on me. It falls on other people in my position. And it's a very, very heavy burden to take. The same burden happens with trans people. That's the same situation. And so when we have people who are not trained at all, like we recognize that a lot of people are not trained to give out pain meds, and they know that there are consequences with getting that wrong. That's the same thing with trans people. There are consequences to getting it wrong, but there's a lot of benefit and a lot of legitimate reasons to do it, because most of the time we get it right. Like, managing trans people is a lot easier than managing people with really any kind of pain. Like, pain is hard. Pain is hard to manage. But with trans people, like, if you have an experienced clinician that knows what they're doing, like, it's like from my training, it's not that hard of a thing from our side to manage. And so when we have enough data to reliably make the right call over and over and over again for all of these patients, and a wide range of practitioners, many different practitioners across specialties can do the same thing, and it repeats itself with the same statistics over and over and over again, it's pretty reliable at that point. Yeah, and so science. Like, having somebody like you that's saying that it just doesn't sound right to you that it works that way, like, you're not in a position to be making that call, like you're mentioning about pain. But yeah, this is science. You are seeing the scientific method unfold live, like, in real time. And I hope that you can recognize that maybe you need to defer a little bit to the scientists that are doing this work, and to the data that's out there, and leave, like, when you investigate this, leave your bias at the door. And also leave your Dunning-Kruger at the door. Leave your Dunning-fucking-Kruger at the door.
So, Dr. Ben, we also have detransitioners. We have people who say, hey, look, I wasn't. Yeah, I just need to have a conversation.
We do.
Yeah. So,
yeah, but and it's like going
and we try to treat those people.
Yeah. Going back to the pain example, like, if I'm wrong about giving someone the pain meds who didn't need them, like, does that mean that we should deny it for everybody?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that we were going down a path.
Use those.
So I'm not that person. You're talking about people use. You guys keep saying that. That's what people say. That's what someone said. I am not that person. I am not someone who's saying that.
So why are you bringing it up? Why are you bringing up detransitioners?
So why did you bring up detransitioners? Yeah, what was the purpose of bringing them up?
Because we're talking about how complicated pain can be and getting it wrong, and we're also talking about how complicated gender could be and getting it wrong.
Yeah, and you realize that more people get pain wrong than they do get trans people wrong, right? You do realize that the detransition rate is so minute compared to misdiagnosis of pain leading to people's death. Right? Am I right about that, Ben?
Because of the minority group, just because of the minority group doesn't mean it's irrelevant.
Yeah, and here's the thing. There are risks with anything. And the thing is, there's a whole conversation that happens with patients before we start transition, like medical and surgical transition. We have these conversations, and that's what, like, people say that all this stuff is happening just without the process of medicine that happens behind the scenes. But, like, this is the work that I do, and I don't just give people prescriptions without having a visit with them and without evaluating the situation. You have the conversation and you say, hey, like, based on what we're talking about, these are your options. These are the risks associated with the options. What is your choice to do? And that's up to them. Like, there is some shared responsibility there, but the patient gets to have control over their body in that moment. And there are times when people do the thing that I wouldn't necessarily do for myself, and they get to accept those consequences. And sometimes they're heartbreaking consequences, like not specifically related to gender, but related to even JWs that refuse blood transfusions. Like I've seen that go wrong, but you know what? They have the right to make that choice. And so, but this is even more like reliable in that it's even safer than a lot of the things we're giving people control over. And we're regulating it a lot more than other things we're giving people control over. Like this practice is so incredibly regulated. And I don't know if you understand that. Like the people that are detransitioning, it's such a minor population and they are important. But that's why it's important that we keep doing this the right way. It's not an argument for not doing it at all. It's an argument for continuing to learn and developing the guidelines to best rule in people that need it and rule out people that don't. And that's something that's the art and science of medicine that goes forward.
So let me clarify for something where I was trying to get at in the beginning. Going through the APA, going through Jack Turbin, and even someone that is, again, which is weird that I'm saying this because I guess it's not even my side because I dropped everything. I think I maybe even leaned a little bit more to the trans side. I just dropped everything and I was just like, let me just come at this clean slate as much as I can, right? You can put your biases aside, you know how challenging it is, I believe you can. And as I looked at it, even looking at Jake's book, the people he was talking to and the information that he gave, it just seemed to me that wasn't enough, or at least like scientific in a sense. It was more subjective, like pain.
What wasn't scientific enough? What was it?
Yeah. So the idea. Yeah, the idea.
Matthew, what specific thing wasn't scientific enough for you? And I think you mentioned it earlier on in the stream.
Yes, the idea. Okay.
What point was not convincing for you? No, Matthew. Yes. What point was not convincing for you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, we can.
We're asking you a question.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to answer. The idea that somebody can say in their mind that they do not feel that the gender assigned at birth, they do not feel the sex assigned at birth. They don't feel they feel that as a mismatch. They feel a mismatch. That's what I found.
You keep going back to that point, but Matthew, when we give an intervention, and those people get better, and we do the same thing for the people with the same symptoms, and we do the same intervention and they get better, and we do that a few 100,000 times and even more than that, and we have like pretty much the same results across the board with like a few people that had different results. That is a study, right? Like we have demonstrated that this is a management protocol that is effective for people.
Yeah, and
it's okay that you don't understand it, but we have to take
it. And I don't understand it.
I mean, listen, Matthew, listen to this real quick, okay? Do you realize that? And I'll say this is like you're using one line item, and Jack Turbin is a cis man. I know Jack. I've worked with him on research before in things, and one of the things that I will say is you're using somebody's understanding as a cis person, saying there's a mismatch between somebody's sex assigned at birth and their gender identity, and you're saying I don't vibe with that. But you realize that is one way of explaining the data set, right? The data set, which is thousands of trans people, and even on the US Trans Survey, almost 100,000 trans people saying that their lives are better and they have a better quality of life when they receive transition-related health care and if they receive gender-affirming surgeries. That is what I look at as a trans person. You realize that? Like you realize how much internalized homophobia and transphobia I had before I came out as trans? I was raised as a Texan. I was born into a Catholic household that later became Pentecostal. I have been through the ringer. I was in the military, and Matthew, you know how transphobic the military can be, especially 10, 20 years ago. Like, this is the reality that I had to live with and had to fight all of this stuff. And it was the data that I saw that said, you know what, it's okay to be trans. I'm going to be okay, because so many people have been through this process that have very similar life experiences that I'm dealing with right now and have come out and thrived afterwards. And I took that risk. I took that risk to take that health care. Right? Because everybody goes through a risk when they go into a doctor's office and they make a decision about their body. Doesn't matter if you're going through a knee surgery. It doesn't matter if you're going to cardiovascular surgery. It doesn't matter if you're going to cancer treatment. You are going in and you are risking your life by making those decisions. You are risking your quality of life when you make these decisions. And all you got to go by is the data. And as somebody, Matthew, you are a person that doesn't have to deal with the medical condition that is gender dysphoria that I had to deal with, that Ben had to deal with. So when I went through that doctor's door, I already had a notebook of questions of what I needed to be able to do to be able to have a successful transition through a scientifically case studied standard of care that is approved by the effing globe before I even let that first pill go into my body. So you have to understand that my perspective of my transitional healthcare, just at a personal level, and what I had to know before I had to walk through that door, may be a little bit less in depth than the skin deep understanding that you have of transitional related healthcare. So when somebody comes and tells me that being trans is or trying to tell me that being trans is wrong or it's not medically safe and it's not okay, yes, they're anti-science, because I have proof of getting healthcare that saved my life. Right? So that is why I think we get a little aggressive on these calls, Matthew.
Let me ask you this, Josie. Scientifically, what does sex have to even do with gender?
Because you are just avoiding, Matthew. You are avoiding this whole conversation. Where?
Yeah.
No, did you even listen to?
That's why.
Did you listen to anything that was just said? You didn't listen to anything we just said.
You went through a lot of
because you have to realize, Matthew. Hold on, Matthew. Stop for a second, okay?
Please go ahead.
You and I have had many conversations about the difference between sex and gender, okay? But when I was talking about my medical transition, which is 100% based on my biological makeup of who I am, knowing that I had testicles and I had high levels of testosterone, I knew that I needed to turn those things down in order for me to live my best self as a trans woman. I am not sitting here telling you, Matthew, that I am a cis woman. I have been telling you, it is the Transatlantic Call-In Show. And if it's a surprise to anybody, hi, everybody, I'm Josie, a trans woman, a person whose gender identity does not align with their sex assigned at birth. I had to take medication because I was born with a fucking penis. Does that make sense to you, Matthew? Is that more clear for you on how it has to deal with my gender identity and biology?
So, and I hear what you're saying, and exactly what I'm asking. This is why I knew that's where you were going. That's why I asked the question. Scientifically, what does sex have to do with gender?
Because I'm trans. Because I wanted to identify as a trans woman with gender dysphoria. I wanted to be more aligned with my hormone profiles. I had facial feminization. I had bottom surgery. I did all of those things through a scientific lens for me to better fit in my social construction of what I want to be as a woman in society, which is gender. We've had this conversation before. That allows me to live this way, look this way, and be this way compared to what sex I was assigned at birth. Do you think I just ignore the fact that I was born a male?
No, I'm not asking that at all. All I'm asking is scientifically, because I'm trans is not necessarily an answer for me. I don't think that's a scientific answer. Scientifically, what does sex have to do with gender?
Because my gender doesn't align with my sex assigned at birth. I'm not cis. That's how it makes a difference.
Why is sex and gender, scientifically, why is sex and gender correlated?
It's correlated in this specific way because I have gender dysphoria and I want to medically transition. That's why. Matthew, do you realize that I am confronted by the biological reality that I was assigned a male at birth, so therefore I had to take specific hormones and specific procedures to deal with that in order for me to be happy as a trans woman? Do you believe in that reality?
I believe that, yeah, to a certain extent, I believe what you're saying, that you felt uncomfortable as a male, so you decided you wanted to become a woman.
I didn't decide, but I just wanted to live as the person that is my identity.
Matthew, do you understand that sometimes you need to change what your body is doing in order for you to be healthier?
Yes, I definitely know that. That is a fact.
Right. So this is an example where you have to change what your body naturally does in order to be healthier. Because just because something is natural doesn't mean that it's beneficial. For a lot of people, yes. For a lot of people, they do.
What happens if they don't? What happens to their body if they don't?
What do you mean? What happens to their body if they don't? You talking about what happens
to them biologically if they do not? Yeah.
Are you talking about they can go through psychological distress and take their own lives?
Yeah.
So psychological distress,
which is an emergency.
Is there anything biological that will happen to somebody if they do not transition? Let's say, for example, they go to cognitive behavioral therapy.
Matthew.
Yep.
No,
Matthew.
That's called conversion therapy. We have science.
If you unalive yourself, is that not a biological thing that you do?
The unaliving, yes, is a biological thing.
Right. So we can prevent that. Would you like it if we could prevent more of that? We can prevent it very easily. For me, for a lot of people. For a lot of people.
I'm answering your question, Dr. Ben. It's important that I answer your question.
Okay.
For me, if it caused me, and this is just me personally, if it caused me to live in a way that wasn't that was affecting other people, that was how do I explain? That wasn't really connected to reality. I probably would not. I would probably want a different type of protocol. I wouldn't want any kind of medical transition.
That is a straw man, and
actually,
that's multiple fallacies in one. It's great
because
Matthew.
Hold on.
Because
please.
no, shut up.
You had an opportunity. Hold on, let Finn talk.
Do you think?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that is more important for somebody to be comfortable with you than you to be alive?
Well,
do you think that's
really
the case?
It really does depend. For me personally,
answer the question. No. You can't walk away from that.
Matthew. Answer the
question.
Walking away.
I'm walking into it. For me personally, I have a condition where I do not take medication for, that I'm sure if I did take medication for, it would lessen the risk of me unaliving myself. But I'd rather not take the medication because I don't know what it will do to me. And so I'd rather have the risk of unaliving myself and not take the medication personally for me.
That's your choice.
Matthew, and that is a risk that you choose to take for yourself. Do you think that you should mandate that choice? Matthew, do you think you should mandate that choice for other people? Or should they be allowed to take that medication?
I'm not in the business of allowing or mandating anything.
So then why the fuck are you trying to even say anything at all about trans people? If that's if taking that medication reduces the chances of them unaliving themselves, and it has, certain biological effects on them, kind of like we're saying, if they say it is more worth it to me to have those changes and be alive, shouldn't that be their decision to make?
I'm sure it is their decision.
And shouldn't we support them in that decision?
I don't have to.
Yeah, that's
an ethical question.
Matthew,
that's a scientific one.
And you can have that thought, but in my opinion, that's a really, really shitty thing. Because what you're effectively saying, what you are effectively saying is that people who are trans are better off not alive.
Okay,
that is what I'm hearing from you. That is what I'm hearing from you, Matthew. That is your position.
You're essentially saying that. You are essentially saying that, Matthew. You need to rewind it back and listen to that, because I think that's very important.
I think they benefit from alternative form of treatment, and I think the whole.
But we already know scientifically.
I would really like to finish if it's possible.
Conversion therapy increases risk of suicidality. Matthew,
I don't have to.
Conversion therapy increases risk of suicidality.
Yeah. Period. Point blank.
The only
that's
thing.
Why conversion therapy is banned.
The only thing that is effective. The only thing,
that
Matthew.
Is called passive aggressive terrorism.
Matthew,
I'm not interested.
I'm not scientific data.
Being terrorized.
You're not being terrorized.
Matthew,
you're not the victim.
You can take your.
We've literally had a whole hour-long conversation with you.
I'm done with you, Matthew.
We call back later. Oh my god. Done. I dropped him. I'm sorry.
If you don't value human life,
emotional terrorism. Now we're the terrorists when we're sitting here trying to say that conversion therapy is proven not to work. There is no other method to not being trans for a trans person. Get the fuck out of here with that. We gave you so much room, so much leeway, and I understand that we were a little aggressive at the onset. But honestly, Matthew, we started asking you really interrogating questions, and you immediately jumping around from one thing to another. Once we pinned you into a corner about a point you didn't want to talk about, you immediately went somewhere else. Even with the stupid question about how my gender relates to my sex. Even with that stupid question, when I actually just laid it out as fucking basic as fucking possible, you decided to be like, oh, I'm going to ask something different. Fuck off with that shit, man. It's so fucking frustrating. It's anyways, go ahead, Ben. I'm just like.
Yeah, it's just if you, we got him to say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but that's what it comes down to. That's what your position ultimately comes down to, is not valuing human life, specifically trans lives.
Yeah, and that's
if you don't value
right?
trans lives, if your position is that you don't value trans lives, that's a position you hold, and I will adamantly oppose that. And it shows us who you are, and you shouldn't call yourself a humanist in really any form if you have that kind of stance.
Yeah, it's the understanding. It's we have scientific evidence to show this, that there is no other way to better serve mental health conditions of trans people who are in distress. Transition is one of the best methods to bring that suicidality rate back to as high as a cis person. We have the scientific proof to show that. And if you are anti that position, which is an anti-trans position, you are anti-science, and you're also pro people taking their own lives. And that is how it goes. And if you want to say that's terrorism because we're trying to say that's the position that you hold, just because you didn't say it out of your mouth, but logically that's where you got to, I'm sorry, that's what it is. So anyways, we have 2 more callers. Make sure to put in your super chats. Hashtag Team Ben, hashtag Team Spicy Josie, hashtag Team Spicy Man.
We'll take a deep breath before we lower our blood pressure a bit before getting into these.
Woof! I got there. Wow. I got there. Anyways, you have 2 questions to you. So these are going to be good questions. we'll start with Caitlin from Oregon. We'll see if Caitlin, are you there this time? Hopefully we can hear you. I know we had a moment we couldn't hear you before. If not, we're sorry. Call if you can't be heard, call in next week. All right. Sorry. All right, bye-bye.
We'll prioritize you next week, Caitlin. I'm sorry, I don't know
Yeah.
what's happened to your phone.
Okay. So we'll take our last caller, and that will be Jacob from Tennessee. Jacob, thank you for waiting so patiently on the line. What would you want to talk to Dr. Ben about?
Ooh, thank you. I was kind of relaxed there for a moment, but having to kind of take a little breather after that. Yeah, that's a bit much. And I don't want to be lumped in with that caller at all. You know, my goal is the preservation of human life and the preservation of quality life. So that's what I'm interested in. And we've called and discussed a few things before. And so, you know, specifically what I wanted to talk about today, and you kind of baited me out with the title. I wasn't necessarily planning on calling, but so let's just say, like, what criteria, like, does a 12-year-old cis girl express that lets, like, me know as a father that they aren't in a gender non-contentious group or non-contentness group at age 12, when we know that only about 15% will still be gender non-content at 25 when human brains are fully developed?
I don't think there aren't any criteria, because individuals have individual experiences, and it's something I probably wouldn't obsess over, like trying to pinpoint, are these the signs that my kid is trans? Like, just, I think, prioritize keeping a safe space, like letting your child know that you will support them, whoever they are, and like even outside of gender related things, like that includes other parts of their identity that are important. And if they are trans or gender nonconforming, like hopefully they will feel comfortable enough to tell you about it and to become open about it. But that's kind of just something people need to experience on their own. And I don't think, like, trying to watch out for the signs, because like even if there were set criteria, like addressing that before somebody's ready to bring that up isn't really the best way to go about it.
No, I'm just kind of thinking from like a real like base level parental thing, kind of like what your first poll was about. It's like, do you need a specialist to identify this? And as parents, as parents, like my child expressed could have been prescribed ADHD medication. I chose not to let them have the ADHD medication, and chose other routes, and was effective. And so that's kind of where my question lies. And I don't know if you're aware of the PubMed study that was finished in February of 2024 that talks about the gender non-contentness of females, specifically being 13% at age 11, and at age 25 it's 2%. Right, so at age 11 they're essentially expressing they want to be the other sex, and it slowly goes down over time.
Jacob, sorry to interrupt you. What do you know the title of the study?
Which study?
I can give you the PMID.
PMID.
Awesome.
Perfect.
It's 384-13534. It is. Let me go back here. Development of gender non-contentness during adolescence and early adulthood.
Got it. Give me a moment while I take a look. You can continue, Jacob. I just wanted to see what you were looking at.
But yeah, I mean that's, you know, like I said, my interest is what's best for the individual person. Like I said, preservation of life, what's best for them. And I look at, and my thought is, and I'm trying to find studies on this, is like, if you have somebody who's gender non-content, at like 11 or 13, like why would you choose to like go the puberty blocker or hormone route as opposed to going like the therapy route and the expressing themselves with clothes, etc., etc.
Well,
basically
Jacob,
doing everything to express as the other.
Jacob, I think you're misunderstanding what the process is of transition, because these aren't alternate routes. These are all the same route, just different. And you can choose to have some or not have some, depending on your circumstances, but we're not giving medications in absence of therapy and social transition, right? Like oftentimes the first thing that happens is social transition and therapy. Like that's what everyone should get at first. And then the question of like, are puberty blockers an additional step we could try? Is HRT a desired step as well, even later on into surgeries, into adulthood? Like those things come after you kind of establish, like, is this gender dysphoria? Are other measures like wanted or indicated? And like, that's when you have those conversations. But it's not that you're choosing to say, we're not going to do these things. We're only going to do therapy and social transition. Like that's a choice for the patient to make. And you as the parents can work with, like when you get to certain stages, you can work with specialists with what their recommendations are, but that should be done in discussion with the child and what the future would have for them. Because some people don't want to undergo medical transition at all, and that is totally their choice. But like as far as what is available at certain points, it depends a lot on your stage of development. So like what is age appropriate for you, what the patient wants, like what other comorbidities are present, like all those factors can be taken into consideration. But like really for any of them, I see a problem with this idea that like the parents are making a decision of, we're not going down the medical route, we're only going to stick with therapy and social transition. Like that shouldn't be the parent's decision to look into. That should be the patient's decision to look into.
So was I wrong in giving my child? So should I can I ask a question real quick? So should I let my child decide that they could have ADHD medication?
I think they should be a part of the conversation. And that's a different issue. That's a different issue entirely, though, because ADHD medication is not permanent. Right? That's a temporary thing. It wears off. Endogenous puberty is permanent. Like your natural puberty is permanent. So if you are a child with gender dysphoria and you undergo your natural puberty, that is permanent.
Yeah.
Same thing with HRT. And so why we need to allow people to start making those decisions is because if we're going to prioritize their well-being, we need to give them that opportunity to advocate for themselves. With if we have a child that's like higher risk for like distress with their natural puberty, we need to intervene a lot sooner. And at least like offer the choices
it's a little natural
sooner.
Though? Like, I mean, don't you say it's somewhat natural, like being a little distressed by puberty?
So
yeah, but this is different. This is completely different,
yeah,
Jacob.
this is different. Yeah, that's
different levels of distress. Like this isn't. Oh, go for it, Josie.
No, I if you want to finish your point, go ahead, Ben, and then I want to jump in.
Yeah, there's different levels of distress, because when we say gender dysphoria, we're not saying like you're anxious about like body changes in puberty. Like there's a natural anxiety associated with puberty, but that is not this. Like most children that go into puberty like don't want to unalive themselves because of the fact that they're developing male anatomy versus female anatomy. Like they're not going to be facing like violence and harassment by using the restroom if they end up growing super tall or having certain bone structure, like, or a face structure, things that are permanent that can lead to violence and lead to discrimination and lead to more consequences that will also impact mental health outcomes, physical health outcomes. So there's more that you have to consider with regard to puberty in trans people or with gender non-content people than with like the general population.
Sure.
These are
and correct me if and I kind of have a clarity. I'm sorry, the other host want to say something. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, no, I want to dig into the study a little bit to help you get a little clarity, but go ahead and ask your clarifying question.
And I might be mistaken about this, but and this is just kind of I haven't really got into like studies about this. It's just kind of like on an observational level. But it seems to me that a lot of people are electing, or a lot of adults are electing, not to have bottom surgery now.
Yeah, and that's their choice.
That's true or not.
Yeah,
it's their choice. It's a very intense procedure. It's a very intense procedure.
Yeah.
Sure. So why wouldn't you want a fully developed genitalia if that's the case?
I
not
went
if
through
the
bottom
ones that you
surgery,
have,
Jacob.
That's That's not the reason. That's not the reason why people aren't getting bottom surgery most of the time. The most common issues are costs and risks associated with the procedure, like urethral lengthening. That happens like if you want a maximally male phalloplasty, like if you want to be standing up, you're going to have a urethral surgery, and that's has a lot of complications that are possible. Phalloplasty has like a skin graft that comes from your forearm. That's a pretty big graft, and you're going to be in the ICU for a few days. People are checking on that graft every hour to make sure that it's okay. Like, there's a lot that goes into these surgeries, and there's plenty of reason to where people say, I'm not like that level of risk isn't going to give me the benefit that I need from this. I'm not going to do it. Or conversely, they can't afford the procedure, they want it and don't get it. But there are plenty of reasons to not have a surgery, like even if you're trans, and that doesn't negate the fact that everything else about being trans is true for them. And not necessarily, you don't necessarily want to have like a fully developed, as you mentioned, anatomy, like just because you're not having surgery, because that isn't necessarily desired for people.
Yeah.
Right. I think you're trying to put your own perspective on what's desired onto somebody else.
Yeah. So Jacob,
well, I'm just saying, if you want to function sexually, I thought it was by choice. I thought it was a choice.
It is
thing,
by
like
choice.
It
is. I chose to do it, and I have a sex life. It's great. Like I'm
not talking about the other opposite. Go ahead.
The other what?
You still get sexual function because you're still getting like sex hormones. You're just getting different ones, and so you can still have erogenous function.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. There's a lot of misinformation out there about what happens to sexual function after these surgeries, and majority of the people actually still have very happy, active sex lives afterward. So Jacob, I want to get into your study. I want to get into your study really quick here. Okay. So just for your background on me as a host, I actually was the director of the U.S. Transgender Survey back in 2022, where we surveyed over 92,000 trans people and asked them a battery of questions that took over an hour in length. So I may not have a PhD in research, but I have done the work of a researcher. So reading the study that you sent, and I appreciate you actually showing me the study, there are a few things that I think is very important to be able to discuss about this particular study. Since it did just come out in 2014, this study is a longitudinal study. It was done over all the way up until the year 2000 is when they started it. and they asked a cohort of adolescents, so nearly 3,000 adolescents that were just in the way they recruited these were just like people there because they were there for psychological evaluation. These adolescents weren't there for gender affirming care. They weren't there for gender dysphoria. They were just there because they were a part of the psychological cohort. So what we have here is a study of just asking adolescents, hey, how do you feel about your gender, right? And that's why they use gender nonconformity, or not even that, contentedness. Contentedness is the word they used, because they can't use gender dysphoria, because gender dysphoria is a very specific term, which is insistent, persistent, and consistent discomfort with gender identity, right? And so as you look at the study, if you were to ask every child in the country, right, like, hey, do you ever think about being the other gender, or have you ever thought about being the other gender? They're probably going to say yes. Jacob, you were a kid once, you probably maybe even would have said yes, right? Just been like, oh, well, grass is greener effect. So it's very. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, right? That's because these are a battery of questions that are asked, right? And everything like that. So this study wasn't a study that was going in and saying, oh, we're going to now transition these kids. These were just general understanding of how people's gender identities evolve through adolescence. And you see in this study, there's a specific graph here. And the specific graph proves exactly what I'm about to say. So this graph, it's the three-lined graph, the green, the blue, and the red bar. If you look at that, it shows that deconsistency, that number that you're trying to say is like most people stay cis and they don't have any issues with their gender dysphoria or gender identities anymore. However, 2% of them do. Well, that's kind of interesting, because 2% of the general population actually has some form of gender dysphoria and probably are trans, right? Like at the high end, right? So 1 to 2%, right, of the adolescents in this study actually say 2% actually say, yes, I have increasing gender non-contentedness, meaning the trans, right? So this study doesn't actually study trans populations. It just studies populations of people in general. And I can guarantee you
that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, exactly, right? So that 2% is the population distribution across the country right now on the high end of how many people actually are trans, right? So when we look at that number, it just this study actually proves the point of like trans research that actually shows that populations of people, regardless of their age, about 2% of them come out as trans, right? So some people are like, oh yes, I'm not contented with my gender, and then 2% of that cohort says, yeah, I actually do, rather than a survey that they were handed in their face because their parents signed a signature saying, yeah, I'll let my kid participate in a study while I'm here for their depression, whatever, right? Like, sure. Or I'm here because they may have ADHD, right? Your kid could have got this study, right? Like in a given circumstance or a given day, right?
Exactly.
You went to an adolescent psychologist for their understanding of ADHD. They do studies at hospitals, and they're like, oh, there's a kid here, I'm going to ask the battery of questions so I can do research, right? So what we have to look at is when we see adolescents, right, we're looking at that 2% number, not the general population, right? We understand that there are a lot of kids that are just like, oh, I'm exploring, right? I have gender nonconforming. I want to play with trucks, or I'm a tomboy. I want to go out and do the things, right? But we're not going out there and saying, oh my God, you're a trans boy, we need to go and transition you right away. No, there are specific families and parents that have children that have insistent, persistent, and consistent gender dysphoria, where they actually have psychological distress with their gender identity. This isn't a passing thought, right? This isn't, oh, I wish I could play with the boys team, right? Because the girls aren't as fast, right? Like these are consistent, persistent thoughts of I want to be a girl, I want to be a boy, I want to be a boy, right? Like this is like I don't think about anything else. I need, and then that's when you go and you seek that professional help, right? Like going back to your first question about the survey that we asked, the poll question that we asked, actually, the poll question that we asked, which is unscientific, right, says the way, do you need a specialist or a just regular person? That question is specifically for trans adults. And if you listen to the first part of this show, Ben talked about when you're talking about adolescents and you're talking about minors, yes, there needs to be specialists involved because of the fact that a child, you need an adolescent psychologist to be and psychiatrist to be able to evaluate that child for those three categories of insistent, consistent, and persistent gender dysphoria. And usually that takes several years of evaluation before any type of permanent type of healthcare is even administered for that person, right? Like you're talking about maybe an 8-year-old, they're probably not even going to see a needle probably till they're 11, right? Maybe 12, depending on when they start their puberty, right? Yeah. And if they are a little old, if you start a little older, then they're still going to be there for at least a year before they see their first hormone treatment, if that is the situation that the parents and the doctor and the child all agree to, and that's what they do. It's a very complex and specialized process, and it is what is the standardized system of care. So to answer your question about your daughter, right? If your daughter, and I'm using this as a hypothetical, of course, Jacob, I'm not trying to make any insinuations about your actual child. So if your daughter were to come up to you and be like, hey, I wish I was a boy, right? That may be something that they would say, right? You would be like, oh, really? How does that make you feel? Do you want to cut your hair? Do you want to wear boys' clothes? And if they're like, yes and yes, and you're like, okay, well, do you want to change your name? And they're like, yes, you probably want to go seek an actual psychiatrist to be able to start that evaluation process to make sure there's nothing else going on, right? To make sure that we're having a consistent, persistent, and insistent symptom of gender dysphoria, right? Because gender dysphoria is what triggers the medical scientific system that follows that diagnosis for a minor, right? So this study that you showed is in line with what we already know about insistent, persistent, and consistent understanding of gender identity and gender dysphoria, because this study shows a straight up linear line of that 2% of that cohort that for 6 different years of this trial, they always said, yes, I wish I was a blah. I wish I was a blah. And they do that for 6 years. That is a symptom of gender dysphoria, while these other kids are just like, I don't care anymore. And that is not gender dysphoria. That's just the exploration of gender, presentation and expression, right? So that's
I don't know
how
if you
this
remember,
is
but we referenced
process.
this. Can I bring up a point real quick? We referenced this last time on the show with Dr. Ben, and it was 60% of people see hormones within a year. That was the figure.
In this study?
And Dr. Ben said
this study is not the case.
Just gender, like talking about gender youth in general. And Dr. Ben said it's actually typically quicker.
Well,
no,
I
didn't say
about,
that. Well, I don't think
correct the record, Ben. Correct the record, and then I will go. Did you want to?
No.
Do you want?
I don't remember saying that. And if I did, I probably said there was a specific context to where you might need access to something sooner, and that's for like super high risk kids.
Yeah, and
like there's and it depends on your age as well, because like there's certain age thresholds to even be on hormones. Like you have to undergo an age appropriate puberty. And so you're not going to give hormones to somebody who's prepubescent, or even a lot of a lot of times, even in early puberty, you're not going to start them off right on hormones. So I'm not sure what you're remembering, but can you remind me of?
I just remember
exactly what I said?
my only interest that I've only talked about on the show is as it relates to youth, as it relates to less than 18. So we were just talking generally about children less than 18 typically can get on hormones within less than 60% get on hormones within less than a year, and we didn't go into any specifics about that. We were just talking. I don't
think I did not give that statistic.
Yeah, and
okay,
and
honestly, maybe we were more specialized in. Sorry, go ahead.
But remember, Jacob, like anybody who's going to be fast tracked in any of these processes, which there isn't a real fast track, a year is a long time, in a lot of it. Like a year is like the minimum time most of the time. And the only time is when there is a solid diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Right, like the patient is coming in for the diagnosis of gender dysphoria. This isn't exploration time. This isn't like, oh, I think. This is a patient that has already expressed in a very deep and significant way that gender dysphoria is the diagnosis, and when you're diagnosed with gender dysphoria, depending on the severity of it and the needs of the patient, that's when other interventions are then taken into place. But you have to get the diagnosis first, and the diagnosis is not easy, at least in the United States, to be able to get gender dysphoria as an adolescent. I think there's only been like 5,000 patients across the entire country over the last like 6-7 years that have been receiving this type of treatment. So it's incredibly uncommon to be able to get that diagnosis.
There was 1,500 surgeries last year on gender youth.
Define age of youth. I'm questioning your statistics and questioning that they're saying what you're saying that they're saying.
I believe it's a PBS article, and they referenced their medical study, and they said there's 1,500 surgeries on trans youth in the U.S. in, I think it was 2023. You can Google that
citation.
I think I know what you're talking about. Let's see. Okay. Wait, this was the recent one? It just came out, right? This one just came out?
I believe so.
I think I know which one you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure that was over the course of like 4 years. I'm pretty sure that's
also when you say, a lot of people say youth as a loaded term because 16 and 17-year-olds are considered youth, and that's when the majority of those surgeries would be taking place. And it would usually be top surgery. So, not genital surgeries, and it would be on the upper age of youth where you could have the ability to give legal consent.
Because
there are some minors that can have legal consent.
There was an article just from the New York Post, which is not a liberal outlet by any means. They just reported out 57 American children had transition-related surgeries between the years 2019 to 2023. Which is a small number. And Ben is right. Like, we're talking about 16, 17-year-olds that are getting top surgery. We know 16 and 17-year-old cis girls that get top surgery, either for breast reduction for those reasons and things like that. So I can guarantee you that there are more cis kids getting breast augmentation than there are trans kids getting breast augmentations or chest surgeries.
Sure, but that when you can you completely reverse a top surgery? Like you're kind of getting rid of something, whereas instead of adjusting something.
Well, you can. You can. Yeah. Well, you of course can't put their breast tissue back on, but you can do a breast reconstruction. You can do that.
Okay.
We do it for cancer patients.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. I guess that would be common for.
And also here is another point in this article that says that it's only 85, nearly 9,000 patients received any form of puberty blockers or hormones in between the years 2009 to 2023. So we're 2019 to 2023. So when you're looking at this, that is such a small number, which should give you, for your point of view of how strict and specialized this care is, that so few minors are going through this, right? And when you look at the numbers of like people that have that have gender dysphoria, it makes sense, right? Because people figure out their gender identities at different points and stages of their lives, that sometimes when you're finding out at like 16, 17 years old, you wait the 2 years and now you're not in the minor statistic anymore, right? But you could have got the diagnosis. I know a lot of teenagers that gotten their diagnosis of gender dysphoria at like 16, 17 years old and then just waited until they were 18 before they actually started their treatments because that was their choice. But that doesn't add to the minor statistic, right? So what we see here is that there isn't a lot of trans minors receiving any type of surgical or hormonal care because the populations are quite small. You're talking about 1% to 2% of the entire US population, and then you cut that slice to just children, which I think are much smaller number. So it makes sense that this number would be so small. Because it is a very specialized care, and trans, medicine and trans care wants to make sure that the person that they're receiving the care is getting the care that they deserve. That's why our detransition rates are less than 1%, right? Because it's such a very thought out, long process that involves a lot of specialists and doctors.
Yeah. I will reference, I found studies of hit 10% in Europe of detransition, but we don't have to get into that. But this is the type of information that's really good for the general public, because it gives me a little bit of calm as to the rate at which it's happening in general society, because ADHD medication was a plague on youth for a while. It was a huge issue. It was like something like 80% of kids in like sixth grade were getting prescribed it. Like it got really bad to the point where they started cutting it, the FDA. And now, as a whole, there's a reduction in it, and even adults are not being able to get it because the FDA says, well, your rates are way too high of prescribing this versus what the studies say people, the general population, will have it at. So you
Jacob,
telling me?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry. You said me telling.
Well,
I just want to say this, right? Hearing those numbers and hearing how thought out it is and how much work goes into finding out about minors receiving this care, and that you saw that these numbers are so much lower than you actually thought, and how much thought and understanding goes into this persistent, consistent, insistent point of view. Where do you think you felt it was? Why do you think it was so much worse than it was?
Because of the studies coming out that there's a lot of increases all over the board, and why a lot of places in Europe are going specifically to therapy.
But how are you getting directed to those studies? How? But it's like, I've read all this stuff, right? But how are you? What initially got you down this path of like looking at these specifically? Okay, great. And that family member probably was more, I would say, probably conservative, I'm guessing.
Middle of the road.
Okay. But you realize like what a lot of times this happens, right? Where things become very politicized and then they kind of get overblown, right? And even, there was a commentator on Joe Rogan named Matt Walsh, who I do not like at all. Matt Walsh, he's terrible. But he went on Joe Rogan. Yeah, right. He went on Joe Rogan and he said that millions of kids are receiving hormone therapy and surgeries. And Joe Rogan had to fact check him on the spot, where they literally gave the number I gave you, which is about 4,000 to 5,000 over the course of like 4 or 5 years, right? And then he was like, oh, well, I guess that's a little of an undercount. It's like, that's a big undercount. Like, what do you mean? Like, people, you're saying millions, right? And that
you gotta give Joe Rogan some credit there.
Yeah, I did, right? I did openly say that was great that he did that, right? So when you have these inflammatory people who are saying millions of kids, they're cutting off the genitals, they're cutting the boobs off, right? And they create this panic, right? And then when you actually look at the numbers, and Jacob, I appreciate you actually taking a look at these studies. And when you go back to that study and say, and I wish to be the opposite sex, and you look at that graph with those 3 lines, you'll be like, yeah, that's 2% of the entire kid population. Right. And that's where we are as trans people. We're like, yeah, that's about right. Right. And this is 2% after the age of 26 on this line. Right. And so like, we have to be able to like look at the data, look at the facts. And it sounds like to me you actually care about looking at this stuff. Just understand that as trans people, right, we want it to be accurate, right? We know that there are trans people, and trans people need this healthcare, and that it's very important. The last thing we want as trans people is for this to be overblown, kids getting surgeries where they don't want them, because then it would affect our quality of our own healthcare, right? So we actually do the best we can as the trans community to not let it go out of control like it's perceived, right? Because
I'm amazed I haven't heard these numbers. I'm amazed I haven't heard these numbers in like the general open public discussion, because this is kind of on the table for this election. And I haven't heard any main figure cite, well, these are the actual numbers.
Yeah.
Well, because people will pick the studies they want to perpetuate. People will pick what they want, what information they want to get out there, and so they will cherry pick.
I mean, liberals.
Very isolated studies. They'll cherry pick isolated studies and share them, and then that's what's heard, and then that's what's perpetuated, because that's what the message they want to communicate. And so that's why you have to be careful about what you're reading and if it's saying what you actually think it's saying.
And Jacob, I want to say this to you too. I grew up conservative, right? I joined the military because I wanted to be patriotic, right? Like I voted, and I hate to say this, but it's true. I voted for McCain, right? Like, and that was the last Republican president I actually voted for, right? And so for me, I had to do the due diligence. And, I used to be a reactor operator. I did nuclear engineering for a while. I had to go in and start looking and being like, why is the media telling me all this bullshit when I'm actually taking a look at the real facts of understanding of studies, learning how to read studies, taking logic classes, actually understanding good argumentation. And what ended up happening was I had to form my own new point of view of what I was taught when I was young forever, right? And it was hard. It was a very hard, difficult process for me to go through. And now I am yes, I am a Democrat now, and, I'm a trans woman and all of that. But, I never will forget the amount of work, and I still do it to this day, right? When I hear a piece of information, I go and I research it, and I make sure that it's correct. When I think something's a little bit like, that doesn't sound right, I don't just take it as fact. I go and actually figure out where it actually comes from to make sure that I'm not turning into one of the sheep that figure out, oh, this is the way it's going to be, so I'm just going to follow this narrative, right? And that, for me, makes me feel better as a human, because I stay true to the values that made me second guess my upbringing in the first place. And sometimes it is just finding that number. You're like, wow, that's like not 1 million people. That's like not even that many. And then when you think about it, you're like, well, why did I figure that out? Why did I think that was true? And then that becomes the journey of self-discovery to figure out, where are you getting this information? And should the information of where you're getting it should be trusted? And how do you figure out what is valid and what is not valid is what will help. At least it helped me better understand what I cared about in society and what I cared and felt was real. And I just invite you to take that exploration, Jacob. It's never too late. Like it was probably one of the biggest life-changing events that I've ever had in my life. And like I said, I served, right? I served proudly in this military, and I fought hard, and I saluted the flag. You still do, right? I still care about this country deeply, and I care about the founding documents. I care about how we were founded, but I definitely understand the context of all of it because it makes me a better, well-rounded person. I go in with skepticism.
Exactly.
I go in with a point of view. I go in with a clean slate of things that I think I know, but then I go and I explore to make sure and verify that those things are true, but not looking for the information. I just find out. I learn. Sometimes taking a night class on something sometimes is good. I try to suggest that people on these calls go take a gender studies class. Figure out what they're actually talking about, right? Because I think a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, they're teaching gender in universities. I never hear those people actually going to one of those classes and hearing what they're actually teaching and what they're reading, right? Like,
You know what?
how much
I would love to do
they're
that.
going to be. Yeah.
I would love to do that
Right?
because I've been trying to understand it for a decade, and I still have trouble wrapping my head around it because there seems to be like a conflation going on between gender and sex a lot. And
Yeah, exactly.
but that what I would say is that so what led me to this was the family member, and I start reading about it, and we talked a little bit. I believe that the medical system in the U.S. is a little tainted because of it being run by money essentially, and so I went and looked at what Europe was doing, and I saw that Europe was kind of they're taking a hard stance. And they're basically saying that for under 18, we're only doing therapy only. And so I'm not, like, in my mind, it's still like, what's the most cautious approach? What's the most conservative cautious approach? Because there's if you're talking about somebody who didn't get hormones or didn't get puberty blockers at 18, because if you look at the chart, like somebody let's say age 11, they're gender non-content, and their parents are really liberal, and they really kind of coach the kid, go along with it, take them to a doctor. It really depends on the parents and the parenting and how they handle that percentage in the beginning of I believe where you can leave that to, and that's where these spikes in percentages are coming from.
So Jacob, I want to interrupt you for a second there. What you kind of said is a little conspiratorial, right? That there's this cohort of parents out there that are trying to coach their kids to be trans, right?
I just mean super liberal parents.
Well,
whatever, 30% of the population.
Liberal, regardless if you're super liberal or not, right? Good parenting is good parenting, right? Like there are good parents that are conservative, that are super conservative. There are good parents that are super liberal too, right?
May I say something really quick?
Yeah.
Can I add something really quick? And that is that's one of my major issues with this, because I felt like they're perverting people's good nature to get them to do something that the system wants
Jacob,
because of money.
We're not diagnosing a child based on the parents. They're
the parents' vibes,
giving. They're telling. They're the kids are they have a clinical relationship with their therapist, their psychiatrist, their whole team, and they're evaluating this person based on that kid's lived experience. And there are. I know at the beginning you were talking about certain criteria, and now I kind of understand maybe where you were going with that. There are diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria, like Josie had mentioned, in this call and previous calls. There are criteria to be met, and that's where the evaluation takes place and where they make decisions on what the recommendations are. They don't just give into whatever the parents want. That's not how this medicine works. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what the medical system does and what our process is as clinicians.
Yeah, and Jake, I want to put my finger on something
but there's
here.
A thing such as momentum.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Here, I want to say this. So there's a little bit of selection bias here, right? Because is a parent who is more, I'm not going to use liberal or conservative because I know many conservative parents who have trans kids that I know personally. If a parent is a good parent, right? And regardless of their political affiliation, and they see that their child is in distress, right? It doesn't have to be gender. It could be like pain. It could be different things. You usually try to take that kid to the professional that can give you that support, right? So a good parent will be like, my kid's having distress about gender, right? And I know conservative parents who do this as well. They take their kid to the clinician who's a pediatric psychologist, and then they will allow that child to then go through that process, and whatever outcome is, it's the very same way if like the kid comes in to the doctor because they have stomach pain, they would be going under that process of that professional. They're going to figure out what their stomach pain is coming from, right? Or what's going on with them to be able to do that, right? So in reality, it's not that the parents are more liberal. Unfortunately, the parents are more open to taking their child to that psychologist. And unfortunately, because of the misinformation, some of the misinformation we were just talking about here, Jacob, there are more conservative parents that will be unwilling to take their kid to the clinician because they don't believe in the gender, issue at all. Then they would leave their child be in distress if they are part of that 1 or 2% of kids that actually need that form of healthcare. So in reality, it's not that liberal parents are more likely to, trans their kids or whatnot. And it's that liberal parents are more likely sometimes to say, oh, my kid has experienced some form of gender distress, I'm going to take them to a professional, while a conservative parent, which we've had a lot of parents on here that we've talked to that are very aggressively against this, will see their kids in distress and say, no, I'm not going to take my kid to a clinician, I'm going to figure it out my way. Right. And that's where the danger comes in, because if you were to put that into the same situation of like two kids from two different families have stomach pains, regardless of their affiliation, one parent takes their kid to the doctor for their stomach pain, and the other parent's like, I'm going to make sure this kid toughs it out. Right. Those are two different situations. And it's about using the modern tools that parents have available to them. And if they're open enough to be able to go and utilize it, or at least explore those things. And that is where I think we should be as a society, where we trust our experts and medical professionals to do their jobs and leave politics at the door. Right. Because the second you go through that medical clinician's door, politics shouldn't matter anymore. It's about making sure that the well-being of your child is taken care of. And I think that's the thing that is the most distressing about this conservative left versus fight that's polarizing the country. And that's the danger of making trans people this villainous like scapegoat, because I'm sure you've seen the ads on TV, because it makes people pick sides.
I haven't seen those.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Because Senator Blackburn's running them in Tennessee, so it's interesting you haven't seen any. And so when you see those things, for sure. When you see those things happen, and you see this like splitting of people in different directions, the people who suffer the most are the people who need the healthcare. Right, outside of the people who are just fighting, they're using trans people as like a tug of war. They're using our lives as a political football, right? Instead of just saying they need healthcare, let them get healthcare. Like, what's up? Like, what's the problem? Like, it's fine. Like, there's an entire system that isn't designed to give these people healthcare. Why are we fighting about this when we should be fighting about how we're going to solve our economic issues, our housing issues, and all of those types of things, right? But they make trans people the villain. So therefore, some of these parents, and some of these parents, I've seen it many times, will villainize their own children because they're actually a trans person, right? I've seen many. My biological father doesn't speak to me. He says he has a dead son, right? He's lost the relationship with me because he doesn't want anything to do with me because I'm trans, because he's incredibly conservative and rather believes his ideology than actually having a relationship with his daughter. And I think I'm pretty great. Right? Why are you gonna say no to me just because I decided to take some healthcare? Right? And that's the reality that we live in. It is, right? It's really stupid, right? And so for me, I just wish that we would be more open-minded to understanding that this is a healthcare issue, and we should leave it up to healthcare professionals and not fucking politicians trying to tell us what we can and cannot do. And I'm saying that as a Democrat. Right?
Sure. And that's where we need experts coming in and having open forums like this. Like you're like, I'm pretty sure like the only show like this on the internet. Like I've tried to find a way to discuss this with just the general trans population. It's great that Dr. Ben's on here. And I like, it's just, there's non-existent. It's non-existent. And they have historically kind of hid from debate as it is in like the mainstream. Right. And that's where I think we're getting into disservice now to where you get this disparity. If they had been a little bit more open and been able to qualify their position more with things like you're talking about, we could have potentially been in a better place everywhere with our knowledge as a whole. And I know it's tough, especially, and I don't understand why we don't have to necessarily get into this, but some of the stuff like the Matt Walsh stuff, like I watched it, and whenever people will tell you like, well, what's a woman? And they can't tell you what it is. And people are going, well, how is my 13-year-old going to know what a woman is if a gender studies professor can't tell me what a woman is? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you also saw that was like like Matt Walsh didn't let that person actually answer the question, right? Like he overlaid it with his own like comedic, stuff, and he didn't ever answer the question. Here, Jacob, I'll make it really easy for you. Here, just listen to this sentence, and then maybe it will help you understand it really fast. So I'll be really quick, and then we need to wrap this call up so we can get to the end of the show. So
Sure.
if there is a difference between sex and gender, then that means that some women have penises and some don't. Just like some coconut trees have coconuts and some coconut trees don't. It's a logical statement, right? Like if you say woman is the gender in that statement and penis is the sex in that statement, some women have penises and some women don't, right? So if you say that there's a difference between sex and gender, right, then that means the statement that means the next following statement, which is a blonde woman, a black woman, a Hispanic woman, a white woman, a cis woman, and a trans woman are all types of women, right? They're all types of women, right? In the category of understanding of like, they're all types, right? They're different. There's fundamental difference between all of them, but they're all types of women. So therefore, a woman is someone who falls into the category, right, of what we understand to be like feminine women in the category of women, right? And that is the gender understanding of it, right? So if you look at it through the context of that, right, then it's pretty easy to say, what is a woman? Well, there's all types of different type of women, right? There's blonde women, there's black women, there's white women, there's cis women, there's trans women, there's all types of different women, right? And so when you take it into that context, it's much easier to understand what is a woman. And if you use that same type of framework for like what is a chair, right? You could say, there's sofas, there's couches, there's stools, there's bar stool. I mean, there's tables. You could even say, all these different types of things that would be considered a chair, a stump, right? So a chair is something that you can sit on that has a lot of different definitions and categories that could count as a chair, right? And that will be much easier to understand when you have something that is so hard to define to be able to be understood in a framework rather than a strict definition, because it does a disservice to the understanding of language, right? Because if you were just to say a chair is something, right? So it's better to be more descriptive, right? And that is where I land when I hear what is a woman. I'm like, well, there's a lot of different types of women. What kind of women are you talking about, right? Like what category are you looking at? Are you looking at through this lens? Are you looking at through this lens? Are you looking at through this lens? And you're able to have more intellectual conversation, right? Because if you just say biological female, then the conversation kind of ends, doesn't it? Right? Like all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, I know where you stand. You're never going to hear what I'm saying because right? But what it
not
does is,
necessarily.
but it conflates gender and sex, right? And you said that on this call, right? About understanding that some people, because if you say that a woman is a biological female, then you are conflating sex and gender, right? Where my definition
the problem
of
is the
understanding,
distinction, and
right,
which is
right.
what
But
I like. That's why I like what you're doing.
Yeah, right, exactly. Because it's a more honest way of approaching the question rather than kind of having the argument, right? Yeah, so that's kind of the way that I approach it, rather than trying to go into the most, like, bad faith kind of conversations, right? And unfortunately, Jacob, this is what's happened is when somebody answers a question of biological female, unfortunately, politically, that's a signifier. It's become a dog whistle for transphobia, unfortunately, right? So now we can no longer have a good conversation because that has been so perverted and defiled because something that Matt Walsh did is he completely broke a lot of people's ability to understand the categorizations of how women show up, right? There are libraries full of books about gender studies and libraries full of books of women's studies. It does a disservice to the understanding of womanhood to just be able to put it down to a couple words when there is such a beautiful tapestry of understanding and intellectual richness that is what is a woman, right? Because you could just say, well, let's talk about who was the woman of Rosa Parks, who was the woman of this, right? Like we could go into real depth of what that is, but when you bring it down to a word, a definitional word, we have just lost the beauty of what that social construction in our society means for womanhood, manhood, and personhood in this world. And that, I think, is where we can go from here, Jacob, in these conversations, because this is much more fruitful, in my opinion, than having the clashing of the heads about these small little things instead of talking about the richness of our society.
Sure. Can I try and sum up my views on like what you just said real quick, and as it relates to larger society
for sure.
and everything?
And
it won't be too long.
Go. Okay.
Sure, and it's basically, and I might be demonizing the wrong group, and the only thing I'm kind of remembering is like in Twitter and online, like if you quantified somebody as a biological woman or a trans woman, like you would get banned off of social media. They would ban your account or you get locked out. And so there was this notion in the public that basically the left or the trans community is trying to not allow a person to discern if somebody is a biological woman or a trans woman. And as a straight man, like I might be interested in a trans woman. I'll be perfectly honest with you, but I would want to know that. I would want to know that, and that's where the kind of hysteria comes in a little bit, and the messaging and the community comes in a little bit. And if you're able to stand back and say, well, this is a good classification, just like atheists like to say, we're atheists, not agnostic, like wear that flag proudly, and it depends situation dependent, like Dr. Ben said. Like you're talking socially in a social setting, like in the hospital, totally different than online. But online you get this hysteria going on where it looks like, well, they're trying to make it to where we can't discern a biological woman from a trans woman, and that's going to lead me into a very uncomfortable sexual situation.
Well, but Jacob, again, this goes back to using the term biological woman like takes nuance out of the equation completely. It boils the whole thing down to just one phrase that you have to put assumptions into. And this is a problem, especially when you're talking about like...
It doesn't have to.
Well, it doesn't, but the problem, it does for a lot of people, because there are assumptions, especially when we're talking about the questions with like dating relationships and stuff online, and like your need to know about somebody's like gender and their sex. Like, sure, there are things that matter in terms of your compatibility with somebody, but it's there's a difference, especially within cis-het dating culture, that is kind of toxic about this idea that you should be able to assume a certain things just by a couple words. And that's not the way the world works at all. And what kind of the queer side has done, it's opened us up to asking each other questions, getting to know each other more, and like being specific about what we mean. Like, so if you say you're interested in a certain like physical trait or certain personality trait, it's like I can zero in on like those traits that are attractive to me and not just assume that somebody who's a woman is going to meet all of those things that are like compatible for me, right? Like it's making you have to think and be specific about what you're communicating, and we need more of that. I think what we often see is it's kind of lazy. It's kind of lazy to just say I want someone who's a biological woman. It's lazy, and it's othering to people, and it's kind of dehumanizing in a way to certain people. So that's why those specific phrases are problematic.
Yeah, and I'll just say this: we do need a wrap. Hold on.
You got go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to. We got to wrap this call, so I'm just going to say this, Jacob, about the dating thing really quick, and we definitely call in again, and we can continue this conversation at another time. But as a trans woman, I date online, right? Like that's how it usually goes. I'm gonna say on my dating profile, I'm a trans woman. So if you're swiping and you're like looking online, you're probably gonna say, "Oh, that's a trans woman," and you're gonna see that they're a trans woman because we want you to know before we have that first date. And if you're at a bar and a person's like, "Hey, I think you're great. I want to have coffee with you," and you get their number, they're probably going to announce to you before they even get to the coffee shop, "Hey, by the way, I'm trans." Right. So Jacob, I just want to let you know that the trans community and trans women and as a whole, and I would say trans community as a whole as well, want to disclose before we even have that first date because it's dangerous for us, Jacob. Like we don't want to surprise anybody. Right. So what you're seeing, I think, is just online nonsense, right? Just online nonsense behavior. Because in reality, trans people want to be safe, and trans people are going to be upfront pretty early on. Because if we are interested in you sexually, whatever, we're going to let you know so we don't get hurt in the process as well. Not just because of the physical aspect of the fear of being hurt, but emotionally. Like you have 4 or 5 dates with somebody, and then you decide, "Oh, by the way, let me tell you I'm trans." Well, now you can have your heart broken, right? Like so there's a lot of reasons why we would disclose, and that's kind of how it goes. So just go into the dating scene understanding that we are just as anxious and nervous about dating than and I'll tell you right now, a cis man shouldn't be worried about a trans woman because the trans woman is 10 times more afraid to hit that dating scene and date a cis man. So just know it's usually the other way around on the fear. So that's where I will leave you with. But thank you for the conversation, Jacob. We do have to close up this call and move on to closing off the show. Yeah. So thank you, and call back later if you have any other questions.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys for the discussion. I really appreciate it. And I love the comments I'm seeing in chat. Like, you guys aren't being villainous with me. You're actually understanding, like, I'm trying to learn here. And this is the first time I've actually been able to engage and not feel like I'm being viewed as a villain. Just as somebody who's trying to learn. So I appreciate that.
This was really productive, really productive. We wouldn't have spent this much time with you if we didn't feel that you were actually engaging with us in good faith. So have a great evening.
You too. Both of you. Bye.
All right. Bye. Thank you, everybody. I know that call went a little long, but I do feel that was a very productive conversation. I know that Jacob's called in a couple times before. And we had some butting of heads of other hosts and things like that, so it was nice to be able to have that call. So yeah. And it looks like the voice of God is like throwing us into the super chats immediately. You don't understand, I was surprised she didn't come on and just drop lightning bolts on my head as she was like ready to move on.
She wanted to
she did.
I know she wanted to.
She did. Yeah, absolutely. So go ahead and start us off, Ben.
We're starting off. All right, 5 pounds from Sean Isherwood. It is not known whether a triangle with integer sides, medians, and area exists, and there are known incorrect impossibility proofs in the literature. Maybe I should go read that literature because I need to think about that one more. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah. Every time Sean super chats, it's like that. €5 from Thomas Donald Jacobs, creating safe spaces through trans art exposition open at Gender Center University Hospital Yint. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I hope that was right. October 24th. My work is in it. Hashtag Team Ben.
Oh, wow.
Ben on the board.
Awesome.
And good luck on your exposition.
Yeah, I'm curious about the art. It'd be cool to see. $5 from Alyssa. Hopefully it's Ben's turn. And there's a cat. Damn it. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I'm not a doctor. I'm a doctor, not a warp field technician. I have an appointment today and can't watch. Well, we missed you, Alyssa, and I did read it.
Yeah.
I did read it. And my cat is somewhere over there. I know you like the kitties. She is napping, unfortunately.
£5 from Sean Escherwood. Are there integer solutions to 1 divided by W plus 1? Do I have to announce parentheticals? I don't know. I'm not going to do it. 1 divided by X plus 1 divided by Y plus Y divided by Z plus Y divided by Y X Y Z. W X Y Z equals 0. Nobody knows. I can't watch all the show tonight. Sorry. Have fun.
So we get all the math early. Cool enough. Maybe someday I'll do some thought experiments on stream. I don't know. We'll see.
I know. We'll just actually start solving the problems.
Yeah. $10 from Blind Limey. Friend IRL. If you say nephrology 3 times, then Dr. Ben will appear in a black coat and a white striped lab coat and check your kidney health. I can neither confirm nor deny if I'll try and marry your daughter. It's a reference because of the Beetlejuice background. People were saying in the side chat that this is my office, and yes, my office has a sandworm in it.
Yeah,
normal run of the mill things.
It's normal. Did I tell you that I actually had a kidney infection? My kidneys were under attack.
You didn't.
I know. I needed a Dr. Ben to nurse me back to health. $5 from Robin Webster. Anti-trans rhetoric hurt the GOP in 22 in governor race, even with the deep red Kentucky. Cameron lost hugely. Much love to all of you. Also, Emma Curtis, if you live in Kentucky, running in Lexington County, is likely to win. So we may have our first trans lawmaker in the state of Kentucky ever. So make sure you go and vote.
£20 from Freakish Uproar. I was wondering if you two had heard of those trans rights activists disrupting the anti-trans LGB conference J.K. Rowling was guesting in by unleashing swarms of crickets onto the attendees, sending my love from the UK.
Oh, I heard
I
about
did not
it.
hear this. I assume Josie did. I have been avoiding the internet a lot recently because I just do not have the spoons, but that's hilarious.
So many crickets. I felt bad for the crickets because then they had to go to the conference. They did not consent to go. $4.99 from Louise Richardson. Thank you so much. I want to see political ads showing the dangers of hate. Some say invoking Hitler and calling politicians Nazis and fascists is hyperbole, but is it though? I mean, J.D. Vance didn't think so. J.D. Vance said that Trump was America's Hitler.
Yikes. What currency is this?
Argentinian pesos.
Argentinian pesos. Yes.
Argentinian pesos. I was like, I figured you two had this.
Weirdly, when I put this into Google to convert it, it says it's not that much money, but it shows up on YouTube as a deep orange, which usually means it's valued at or close to $20. So I really don't understand exactly what the conversion is there, but weird.
But thank you, Olivia, for your generous donation.
$5 from Jonathan. Been listening to the album Transgender Dysphoria Blues by Against Me recently. Highly recommend. Do you two have an album recommendation? Go. Oh no, I am not a music file. Ben, go first.
I've been I've been listening to all Halloween music recently, so if you want movie soundtracks from all of the Halloween movies, that's really all I've been listening to.
Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess. I support my queen. You have to go listen to. Also Eve, who works here, her band Cadis is releasing an album in like a week and a half. So get ready for that.
Oh, okay. I think the last big album I was into was the Sam Harris album. That was just so good. I listened to it so much. But I don't listen to music a lot. Go ahead, Ben.
$13.99 Canadian from Alice XO. I literally just got bottom surgery yesterday at Montreal GRS.
Yay!
Congratulations. Thanks for all you guys do. I've been following this show for a couple years now. Have to stick with the girls, though. # Team Josie. Congratulations on your surgery. I hope you have a smooth recovery.
Yes, me too. Me too. I always say I'm happy I did it, but I would never do it again. Thank God I don't. $5 from Alyssa. Almost forgot. Go Navy, beat Army. Does that count as me because we're both Navy girls? But
yes,
no,
it does.
because
yes,
it does. Because Ben, you're
it does.
That's right.
Because I'm Army. Yep.
Yeah, that's true. Put me on the board.
You got 2 now.
That's 2
your
points.
second point.
I know. Arden's not
God is
being
taking
nice
her time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Wow.
It's about to be a third. Too.
Wait, it's Ben. Ben has 2.
Oh no,
it's Josie.
It's
it's Josie. I have
one. Are we sure?
Josie has 2.
Are we totally sure?
I'll take it. I'll take the point. I'll take it.
She wants me to argue because I've been able to get out of doing it this whole time.
Yeah. Josie hasn't had to do one, so let's make her lose. That's some good incentive, everybody.
And the best
let's
way
make
to
her
do
lose
that
today.
is #, Team Josie. That's the way you make me lose.
Wrong.
Team Ben.
Wrong. Donald Trump. Wrong.
She thought we weren't going to fact check on this show, but we are. We are going to fact check.
You weren't going to fact check. You said you weren't going to fact check me.
$5 from Amish Bob. Is this mine or yours?
Was it me? I think it's me.
Oh, it's yours.
I'm a super conservative in Northwest Georgia, MTG's district. Oh my goodness! I look forward to voting for Kamala. Let's go! I hope Georgia goes blue again. # Team Josie. Josie's my daughter name. Oh well. Thank you for that. # Team Josie. Thank you for naming your daughter Josie because it is the best name. And also thank you for your vote. Georgia with a historic early voter turnout of almost more than double than it was in 2020. Good signs. Mr. Boricua.
$10.
Go ahead.
Yeah, $10 from Mr. Boricua. 10.
Yeah.
I think I'm enjoying saying that name.
I do.
James,
too.
you're bloody awesome. Hugs to you and Compa. Much love. Voting, not a fan, but we'll choose Harris. Sports should be an all-encompassing for skill. # Team Ben. Yes, agreement to all of that.
Wait, did you give me that point?
Except for
no, that went to Ben.
Well,
okay,
no,
all right,
because you had 3 and I have 2. Yeah.
Okay, that works. Okay, just double checking.
Yeah.
$5 from Mr. Boricua 10. ADM. That's taking an account of weight classes and the like. Here's to a great show. # Team Ben with the double tap. Okay.
Double.
I see you, Mr. Boricua.
No. They're making this contest today. $5 from Larry Fishman. I went to a friend's place in full girl mode. Nice top, nylons, mermaid skirt, makeup, and hair done for the first time this weekend. It felt right. Glad to see you being your true self out there in the world.
I love it. $10 from Adrian Morgan. Goose. Some vocab for today. The same way that cis means not trans, the word for someone who is not intersex is perisex. Perisex? I think it's perisex. I remember this. Or endosex. Love the inclusion of intersex recognition in our trans advocacy. # Team Ben. All right.
Making it a fight today. $5 from Monkey Typewriter. Last time Matthew called, he said that these calls were reinforcing his confidence in his position, and it fucking shows. Dude is getting worse. Yeah, I mean, it's odd that you can have these conversations and just bury your head more in the sand. Like, that's really the only way that these discussions can reinforce your position is because he's not listening. And he's not thinking about it.
At multiple points, you guys had him pinned against a wall and he just refused to answer the question. Like, it's so indicative of how dishonest he is.
Yep. So true. $5 from Monkey Typewriter. When the transphobes compare trans awareness in society to a nuclear explosion, you can tell they're really bombing. Hashtag Team Caliente Caballero.
That should be your team's catchphrase.
I know.
Should keep that.
Caliente.
$5 from Monkey Typewriter. Yeah, $5 from Monkey Typewriter. Matthew's argument is basically on the level of you can't prove you have a favorite color. You think you have a favorite color because of social contagion. Yeah, I mean, that's really, by his logic, nothing subjective can be taken seriously. So,
except for
since he said a lot of subjective things, and he said a lot of subjective things, so maybe we just shouldn't take his subjective positions seriously.
I like at this point. At this point, it's like, can we prove his consciousness? Because he's pretty clear that his consciousness is there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. 200 from the Argentinian pesos from Olivia. My 20 cents, please allow me.
Oh, and of course I have to read the vote.
Of course.
Another 200 Argentinian pesos from Olivia. Forgot once again, hashtag Team Josie always.
Always.
I think this was a conspiracy to get me to say the hashtag. Conspiracy.
It feels so good though. See, now I have to say yours. $5 from YouTuber Grudge. Speaking of pain management, I broke my mandibular process.
The manubrium.
It was manubrium. Okay. It was the first bone I knew I broke. Most people don't know which bone that is. Hashtag Team Ben. Here's medical pop quiz. Where is it?
It's the top of your sternum. It's up here.
Oof. That sounds awful.
It's like the little weird shaped part. Yeah.
That sounds horrible.
£5 from Rashawn Isherwood. Not sure how to articulate this, but trans people get a say in their care. The doctors give them options. Nothing is forced. Does Matthew know this? No, like for Matthew and for Jacob, like a lot of people don't understand that, like, we have conversations, and even with minors, we have conversations with them, and kids can answer questions, and we don't, like, it's not a thing where we will forcibly give children HRT. Like, we have to determine that they're able to understand what they're doing and that they're able to, like, consent as much as they can to it. So it's,
yeah. $5 from Elizabeth Colbert. I have ADHD. My parents included me in the decision for meds. I'm still on the meds today, and I'm so much better for it. I'm really glad it's working out. My partner's on ADHD medications as well.
I just got mine renewed today.
Oh, nice.
They're amazing. $5 from Larry Fishman. Parents should not be allowed to withhold evidence-based medical care from their children under any circumstances.
Facts.
Yes.
$5 from Alishana Silverbow. 2-sentence horror story. I wake up and everything feels wrong. I look out the window and I see everyone standing still, looking at my house. Ooh. Hashtag Team Ben.
That's a good. That'd be a good story prompt.
Good one. Yeah, it is.
$9.99 from Fat Jesus. Hey guys, great to have a chance to see some of the show live. Can you two comment on Katy? How's she doing? I miss her. I hope she's doing well. I love you guys. Hashtag Team Ben. I think I randomly, like, will send memes and stuff back and forth with her. I know she's just staying out of the public space, like, for the most part.
Yeah.
But
she sent me a great meme about snakes and where their buttholes were yesterday. That's the only update I have on her.
Yeah, it sounds like she's, I mean, from what I'm kind of gathering, like, she's just living her best life off the internet, having real life friends, real life relationships, and most of us need some more of that sometimes.
That's right. $4.99 from Dan Levy. Thank you.
$9.99 from Jose Morales. If two people are about to have a one-night stand, one of them is trans. Does a trans person have any obligation to reveal that in any way? Sorry, I'm sure you've answered this before. Thanks. Obligation, no.
Yeah. Obligation, no. You're in a one-night stand situation, but for a trans person, they should probably say something before they go to that door. $10 from Jack Tikib. Hashtag Team Ben. Oof. To my heart. I see how it is, everybody. I see you all letting Ben run away with it.
Hey, you haven't had to suffer yet. We're trying to make something happen here. Everyone's got to be a victim at some point. We got to do it.
Team Ben. Oh, dang it! She did change it. Oh.
Also,
hates me.
The topic for today is it modern country music is the superior music genre?
Yeah.
That's what's winning right now.
No.
So that's gonna be the topic.
Why does chat hate me?
It's about time they hate you.
I was about to put real tears on right now.
They hated me the last time we were on together, so now it's your turn. $5 from Mr. Boricua 10 for extra that's for extra help. I think is for the pronunciation. Hosts are not holding back. Plenty of sass. Way to hold people's feet in the fire pit. Hashtag Team Josie. There you go. Your crying worked for this one.
It is gonna work. Because chat loves me. They don't hate me.
We don't
$5. $5 for Alishana Silverbow. I have a few jokes about unemployed people, but none of them work. Hashtag Team Ben. Ha ha ha.
Cringe fun. $5 from Heathen Granny 666. Why is it that when it's about children, they focus on young trans men, but never young trans women? Conservatives are so unhinged. It's because anybody who is assigned female is vulnerable and confused, and they don't want to give us any autonomy or validation of our, intelligence or capabilities.
Right. $5 from Jiminico6. Why don't werewolves ever know the time? Because they're not winwolves. Hashtag Team Ben. Wow, that was
actually kind of funny.
hard. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
$4.99 from Coffee Mom. Good parent, I hear you. Let's talk to a professional about this and figure it out together. Bad parent, shut the fuck up. You're going back to church. Hashtag Team Ben. Yeah. Like, good. Like, for one thing, it's impossible for parents to trans their children because it's not how the system works. But yeah, everything we said in the call about good parenting.
Yeah, it's true. $5 from Alishana Silverbow. Did you hear about the guy whose whole left side was cut off? He's all right now. Hashtag nothing was left. Hashtag Team Ben.
Am I the team of dad jokes? I see a trend here. I get the dad joke votes. Which is this if this is my induction into being a dad without actually being a dad. Like, we all know dad is an energy. There's an energy that comes with dad.
True.
Like, people of any gender can be dad. You just have to have the energy of dad. And I feel seen. I feel seen right now. Is this one me? $5 from JamNick6. Does an apple a day keep the doctor away? Only if you aim it well enough. Hashtag dodge apple. Hashtag team Dr. Ben. Yeah, I mean, just start throwing apples at me from the side chat.
Yes, absolutely. Wow. They you know what? Pat heard you. Okay, Arden. Swaying the votes with your diabolical powers. I hear
There's
you.
fraud all
The left
over.
cheats. They
It's
cheat.
just a bunch
Everyone's
of
cheating.
They cheat. Just cheating. I've never seen it be so unfair. $5 from Jiminic06. I went to the hospital recently because I can't stop breaking wind. The doctor's prescription, a kite.
You gotta read the
Hashtag fart
hashtags.
jokes. Hashtag fart jokes. Hashtag team Ben.
Yes. If we could just keep the cheating to a minimum. Just keep the cheating to a minimum.
To a minimum, I would win this by a landslide.
$10 from Eric Bowman. Hi, Josie. Love seeing you speak. Hashtag Team Josie.
Aw, thank you. See, if Jesus himself came down here and took the time to count these votes, I would be winning right now.
No, we're just winning by dad jokes. Winning by dad jokes today. This one's you.
Oh, $5 from Alishana. Silverbow, my friend told me they saw 2 EMTs walking over by the hospital. 2 EMTs? I asked, don't you mean a pair of medics? Hashtag hospitalized spy puns. Hashtag Team Ben.
There we go. $5 from Aaron H. Just because I want Josie to defend hashtag Team Dr. Ben. Yeah, I want to see Josie argue some stuff.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna happen. $5 from Alishana Silverbow. I missed most of the show. How many drinks should I have before watching Matthew's call? Hashtag Takis rocks. Hashtag Team Ben. Oof, I don't know. What
I
does
need to
the
have
doctor
a few
recommend?
after that call. I'm gonna have a few after that. If we finish up in a reasonable amount of time, maybe I can make it over to the liquor store.
I know, right?
$9.99 from Jason. Hashtag Team Ben. Love the spooky background. Yes, see background.
Yeah, you gotta vote for it. You gotta vote for it. $5 for Monkey at Top Rider learns the word presex. Or persex. I can already hear perisex. I can already hear the conservatives crying, "Don't call me perisex." Hashtag Queen Caballero with the Q's. Quota quenched. I'll take it. I will take it.
And another one, $4.99 from Logan Fisher, just to say hashtag Team Josie.
Yes.
2 in a row. There you go.
There we go. Oh, here's another one, but it's also got you in there too. $5
so it doesn't count.
from YouTube. Yeah,
no.
$5.
No, this one counts.
It does.
It's only me.
It does count.
It's only me.
Yeah, I know. It does count for sure. $5 from YouTuber Grudge. Hashtag Team Ben. Hashtag make Josie defend. I like that.
Yes. $10 from Katarina Ahas. Oh heck, here you go. Hashtag Team Spicy Josie.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's good for I don't want to get blown out too bad here.
$5 from JamNick6. Who's the coolest doctor in the hospital? The hip consultant. Hashtag Team Dad Jokes. Hashtag Team Dad Ben. Okay, hold on. I have to grab something real quick while you read the.
Oh gosh. Okay. $5 from President Starscream. Why do beekeepers always have such pretty eyes? Because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Hashtag Team Josie. I love that. Yes, I love it.
All right, that
So
was
good.
the last super chat. So Ben has officially won,
Ooh.
and Josie
Hey,
now
team dad.
has to
Team
defend.
hero legend dad.
Dang. All right.
All right, are you ready,
God.
Josie? Oh wait, hold on. I gotta make sure.
You got to put the prompt in because
Yes.
I have to defend modern country music as the best genre of music.
Yes. And I also have to make sure I have loser written on the left side to really rub it in.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, and go.
Modern country is obviously superior because we couldn't have enough country. We had to have more of it, so we can have now 2 genres of country. How many genres actually get divided into 2? Come on, this is the way it has to go, right? Who doesn't love the sad, depressing type of music, but with a higher beat, like with a more quick going? And also, I have to say this as well. Beyonce does modern country, okay? When the queen bee says it's time for modern country, I'm here for it. How many people do you know that is a superstar legend decides to say, you know what? I'm leaving this pop genre. I'm leaving this R&B genre, and I'm going straight to modern country. She helped it go into the map, and now everybody's going to do it. Everybody's doing the modern country dance. Let's go. And also, who doesn't want to see the iconic line dancing type of program to go into the modern era? We haven't even seen what those dancers are going to bring. This is what it's going to be. We're going to be able to have the strongest, most effective way to get people moving again in the South. Like, that is what we really need right now. And look, the demographics in the South are changing. It's time to modernize it. It's not going to be the old style country anymore. Ring of Fire, we love that song, but we know that Beyonce is going to bring that fire even hotter, all right? Like, that's how it is. And yes, my arguments are going to hinge that Beyonce is doing modern country, okay? That is what we're going to talk about. Because when Beyonce says this is what we're going to do, by God, we're going to do it because she cares about freedom. Freedom. What do we got? Let's go.
This ain't Texas. honestly, I'm convinced by the Beyonce argumentum ad Beyonce. Right. Very convincing.
Yeah, I actually can't argue. Yes. Every queer is obligated to agree with that argument.
Right? It's true though. Put a ring on that fire, Beyonce. Oh my gosh, I wish I said that. What a great comment from chat coming in there. Awesome. Well, that was fun. I wish I prepped. I could have had better argumentation, but that's where we're at.
You did pretty good on the fly, I can't lie. Beyonce saves,
cringe.
She really came through
Beyonce
for you.
saves. Yeah, the beehive comes through, okay? Like, we can't deny that. All right. So I guess that's it. All right. Well, thank you everybody for being here on Takis. If you want to be on this incredible list of people, make sure you sign up to the Patreon. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like. And yeah, look how long this list is getting. I love it.
Dance.
It's a dancing time.